I had to get to it. Dog it. cheat? No. Yeah. don't know about y'all, but I was kind of vibing to the beat. What is going on for the state family? Seminole Nation, the 863 tribe. Here's your boy POLK, a.k.a. A-Lo, a.k.a. The Got Damn Truth. How are y'all doing on this Friday evening? It's been some cool few days of practice, right, man? Again, this is the time of year, y'all. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. And Yeah, we all knows after dark, and we just gonna freestyle it tonight. No specific topic. There was an interesting development that I saw. I saw Bryson Estes playing tight end, and I was like, whoa, they moved him to tight end. And then I thought about it, and I said, well, actually, that probably isn't that surprising, given the fact that I said on the last stream, I thought FSU would be running a lot more two tight end type sets. Well, that lines up. You're gonna have your blockers, Marcus and Douglas, and that's not to say that they won't sneak Bryson Estes out there for like those are the perfect tight ends to sneak out there and get a couple yards. But you're gonna be having Bryson Estes out there blocking. He weighs 260, so that lines up, man, with a big blocking tight end. I'm all for it. Marcus and Douglas, another blocking tight end who can catch. Then you got your main pass catchers. So I thought that was a very interesting development. Shout out to Noles. He's a member of the 863 tribe. I appreciate that, my brother. 863 tribe is very cheap. So thank you for becoming a member.
Clickety clank, the money goes into my piggy bank.
Yeah, man. So again, you're looking at like some of these new position kind of that some of these player movements that we were kind of hypothesizing on. Well, Estes is one. Yeah, I agree, Noel. So he says that shows how much they plan on running the rock. That will, like I said, that two tight end set. I think that's what you're gonna see a lot of. And yeah, you're gonna have guys. They're gonna prioritize running the ball for sure. They're gonna prioritize that for sure, which leads to the next kind of. Again, we just spitballing tonight, so don't get in that chat, comments, questions, whatever you got. But that leads in kind of to the next point is like the running back room. And I think last time I talked about the running back room, I didn't even bring up like Singleton and Jalen Lucas and Keziah Holmes. And, we're kind of focusing on like the main. They have a deep running back room. I expect Singleton to probably still be on that kickoff return. Probably him and Keziah on kickoff return, if I had to guess. Jalen probably getting punts. The question is, what's that rotation look like? Because I don't know. I don't see them running four backs out there. I'm talking Cam Davis, Sawchuck, Chroma, and Roydell. Somebody's getting left in the weeds. What's good, KCS? Ben Foss, Dev, what's up? What's up? FSU Tony, ML, what's good? Tyler, what's going on? Somebody's getting lost in the shuffle. So Singleton, I feel like going to get lost in the shuffle. I think as far as actually getting carries, yeah, I think you're right there. I think the way they're going to try to keep Singleton engaged is obviously the kickoff return, where he has return kicks for touchdowns. So, or a touchdown. I think he has one kick return for a touchdown. So he's done it. So my guess is that's how you try to keep him engaged. Him and Keziah, who I think will be your kick returners. I do think they'll be your kick returners. Rumor is Jalen more a wide receiver now. I mean, I feel like they have enough wide receivers, but I've always thought of Jalen as a gadget-esque player, a guy who won't be a guy who you'll move around on the field, a guy that you're gonna get the ball and try to get the ball in space. So not just typically handoff, right? Screen game, run them in motion, Remember Norvell? He used to always run those jet sweeps with Jakai. I think Lucas is probably getting stuff like that. So that's what I think. Jalen. So I don't necessarily think it's a receiver, running back. Like he's just a gadget. He's a gadget player. That's what I'm looking at with Jalen Lucas. Credible detailing in the building. What's going on with credible detailing? If you're in the Orlando area, go get your car. Go get your rim job from Credible Detailing. Shut up, you mutt. He says, "What up, Pope? It's Chris Orlando on the check-in. Shout out to Chris as always. He always comes in here and shows love as well."
I get it. I get it. Yeah.
You think they're gonna run any triple option stuff, like traditional triple option stuff? No. Some spread option stuff, sure. In the sense, if you're talking like Georgia Tech type triple option, no, I don't see any of that. And no Sage, but yeah, saying what I was just saying. What up, Spencer? I know they're just quick clips of practice, but have you seen the Bama clips? I haven't watched any Bama clips, no. We definitely recruiting for ACC comp. We better have a lot of misdirection come game day. I mean, Casey, I've alluded to that previously. Like, Bama's got Hort. Like, this notion that Bama's just easy pickings or whatever. They still got dogs, man. They still got thoroughbreds. Nick Saban might not be there, but they still have players. I've been saying that, And if you didn't watch the last stream, it kind of goes into my prediction of that game. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. So the running back room is going to be interesting of how it just shapes up, in my opinion. Roydell left a lot for a lot of us to be desired last year. And so for me, I don't know if that's because he was overweight. We know that his season eventually ended due to injury. Was he hurt? We talk about lack of explosiveness. That whole team just looked like it lacked explosiveness last year. So it's going to be interesting to see. So if I'm basing off of Roydell, for me, it's like, maybe I've seen enough of Roydell that I wouldn't mind seeing, from other guys. I think if they had full confidence in Roydell personally, then you probably don't bring in Sawchuk. So I think the addition of Sawchuk, he's going to be in the mix for sure. I'm interested to see how what Cam Davis looks like in year 2. Cam Davis is one of those guys that I would say he needs to lose some weight. At least he did. I'm not sure what he's looking like or what he's weighing right now. He's always been short and stocky but talk about lack of explosiveness. He kind of lacked that. One second. But and then Keziah is one of those guys where it's like he's had, I think a lot of the fan base has asked for Keziah to get more and more opportunities. And for whatever reason, he doesn't get those opportunities. And you have to ask yourself why. So if I had to guess right now, and I'm just kind of going down the depth chart, like we talked some tight ends, but I'm kind of jumping all around. This stupid dog, they need to go put their dog in the house. Made me lose track. Yeah, I think you're going to see Sawchuk. I think he's the guy that gets the first nod as the starter. I think probably come Bama, he's probably starting. Roydell will definitely get carries. Very interested to see how they ingratiate Chroma. Do they just thrust them in the fire? Do they ease them in there? How much is Chroma in the Bama game plan is going to be interesting. So there's a lot of this offense has weapons. It's going to be just interesting to see how they use them. There's only so many spots. You got a loaded tight end room. You got a loaded running back room. You have LaWayne McCoy is getting a lot of good love this offseason. Javon Boggs has been the talk of the town. Deuce, Squirrel. I mean, just those guys. Again, Jalen Lucas, you're going to probably mix him in with those guys. Interesting to see what you get out of the Elijah Moores and some of these other guys. So, I don't know. It's not for lack of weapons. It's going to be just who steps up, right? Who takes the bull by the horn, so to speak. Says it looks like they're rolling with Sims at quarterback. Talking about Bama, Ty Simpson or whatever was going to be the quarterback. That might be who you're talking about. Anyway, the line moved up again. Bama is now 13.5 favorite. With that, their camp must be going well. I watched that Jeremiah Wilson video. Yeah, he actually had a very entertaining interview. I'll agree with that. Love he has some charisma to him, right? Enthusiasm, charisma. Yeah, I watched a couple interviews actually, and I would agree with you. I gotta love the energy. Gotta love the energy, for sure. I'm kind of at a point where the interviews are cool for mindset, but if I'm just being blunt, I'm past the interviews. Like a lot of times we take interviews and we go, "Yep, that guy interviewed well. He's gonna be a dog." And I'm not saying he won't be a dog. He was a very good player at Houston. A lot of people think he was the best corner in the portal. And he's, we talked about kind of the secondary last stream. He's probably a start. He's a starter, no doubt. I'm interested to see, does that energy translate to, is it infectious, right? Does it translate to other people? All those things. What up, Joe Johnson? Another year, Mike ruining the franchise. Sawchuck got a little wiggle. Mike just gave. He had an interview. Mike had an interview today where he talked about Elijah Moore. Yep. That line get to 20. I'm taking y'all. Well, that probably would be easy money then. I would probably agree with that, Galaxy. I don't think it's going to get that high. I don't think it moves again. I don't think that line moves again. What's up, Jeff? What's good? Listen to Herb Hand. So I went back after the other stream and I went back and listened to Herb Hand, and man, I really enjoyed his interview he gave. There's just certain guys, man, that you can listen to talk ball, and I wanted to bring this up tonight because what was one of the biggest criticisms I had of Alex Atkins as the O-line coach? Before I answer it, I want to see if anybody can answer that. If you all just remember what I constantly criticized Atkins about, not recruiting, talking about on the field, in game. What was the one thing I constantly was like, I don't like when Alex Atkins does this. It's a big negative. And I'm bringing it up because Herb Hand in the interview was like, I don't do that. I'm gonna see if anybody can guess. If not, I'll just go ahead and answer my own question or let y'all know what I'm talking about. There you go. Rotation. Hated it. Hated it. I said the O line. One of the Herb Hand said probably mentioned like continuity a million times in the interview. Mentioned that he gets 5 and he sticks with 5. He doesn't rotate. And that is when I heard that, like my face just lit up. Like I was like, okay, like we got one that gets it. That gets it. Herb Hands mentioned, I get my 5 and I stick with my 5. Now, granted, you do want to cross train guys, but you want to cross train with a purpose, not just having a guy play tackle just because you cross, or having a tackle play guard just because, right? You want to cross train with a purpose, but you're gonna get your. I'm gonna get my 5, and we're gonna stick with those 5. Theoretically, you would like to have 8. I think he mentioned 8. I don't know if he's confident in the 8. That is one thing I took from it. He said, I think he's confident in. I think he's fairly confident in 7. I think he sounded pretty confident when talking about Andre Otto, specifically speaking of backups, and Jacob Rizzi. He mentioned Simmons, but I don't feel like that's still a work in progress, is what I say. But one of the things I was super happy about was when this man said he doesn't rotate and he understands like keeping guys fresh, but he doesn't rotate. And he is of the philosophy of get your 5 and you grind it out and you stick with your 5. And I'm 100% behind that. I think just telling me that tells me that I think that this O-line might be in for some, I'm not going to say it's the best O-line in the country or anything crazy like that, but major upgrade to the O-line. If guys aren't having to constantly rotate, because O-line's all about communication. And more importantly, it's all about nonverbal communication. It's all about knowing the guy to the left and the right to use tendencies. Like, those are key things for offensive line, and that's one thing I hated Atkins doing. And listening to Herb Hand say he gets his 5 and sticks with it, that was just huge for me. I don't know if anybody else feels like that, but for me, that's how I feel. That's how I feel, man. Ain't no little league. Not everyone has to. No, everybody doesn't. Exactly. Everybody don't have to touch the field, and I get it in the NIL era. You got to be careful with that. But everybody got to touch the field, man. ML says he thinks Simmons will be ready. I hope so. I'm not saying I hope he's not ready. I think he's confident in 7. I'm not sure he's confident in 8. Again, I think Simmons is still a work in progress. I think that's all for offense. I'm trying to think for any other major. I mean, defensively, I listened to James Williams today. He talked about that heat. When was the last time we returned a punt for a touchdown? That's an awesome question. I have when is the last time we returned a punt for a TD? No clue. No clue. Rashard Green might be the last one. What's up, DC Dread? Defensively, listening to some of the other outlets, other interviews and stuff. Defensively, again, I still feel pretty bullish about the defense. Anybody want to know how Bama is looking compared to us? Or anybody know? So they talked about it. Oh, it was probably don't tell me the player because I know it. I just can't think of his name. Skinny dude who transferred to Indiana. DJ, right? DJ, what the hell was his name? I remember the play now. What was his? Wasn't it DJ something? I cannot remember his name. I think it was DJ something. DJ Matthews. Thank you. So it said don't tell me, but thank you anyway. Yeah. They're saying Bama. Apparently, the line went up. And they're saying Bama looks good. So again, No surprise there, in my opinion. And they still got to line up, still got to play those games. I think that D line, linebacker room might be fired this year. D line's going to be the interesting one. Because we talked about that D line the last stream, and I forgot to bring up the other transfer they got in Diggs, and I mean, at the time that we got him, I said that I think that they just kind of got a body. I don't know if that's still the case. You haven't heard much. I haven't heard much of him. That doesn't mean that he isn't looking good. Did hear a little bit about. I saw a couple throws. Let's just circle back. I saw a couple throws. A couple of the running backs working out. For most part, what they're being allowed to release to the public is it's basic, right? It's nothing crazy, but they're letting them get some content before shutting down practices totally. So nothing wrong with that. Just not a lot to gauge off much. There's not a lot for me to go, that is going to be X, Y, and Z, or that's key. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll definitely see how it plays out. What percentage? Hold on. What's your percentage of us beating Bama? Well, I gave my score prediction last live stream, but if I had to put a percentage on it, oh boy, 10, 15. I know that sounds low, but and if you think about it, that's not low. If a 50% if 50% is saying that those two teams are even at 50%, if the line is 13.5, I think right now, Bama's favored by 13.5 or something like that right now. I don't think 10 or 15% chance of beating Bama is low or crazy to say, or pessimistic. I think that falls in line probably with that falls in line, right, with the falls in line with the over under. So yeah, 10-15%, probably closer to 10 if I had to guess. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Ben? I guess it comes down, if the coaches and players are bought in and we're able to develop enough for somebody to beat Bama. Trying to come. So, I mean, you can say this about every football game, but ultimately, can you block Bama and can you get pressure on Bama's quarterback? That's what the game's going to boil down to. Can you block? Can you get pressure? Bama has one of the better O-lines and D-lines in the country. Like, you probably won't see a better D-line than, except for when you play Clemson. So, can you block them first and foremost? If you want to have a chance, can you block them? I was thinking it could possibly be a game we could win. I've seen 2 Bama practice clips, and they look legit. Again, at the end of the day, games got to get played. At the end of the day, games got to get played, but Bama's got dudes, man. That was what I'm saying, bro. Playing everybody screwed them. They were trying to keep players happy and engaged in playing them. We're talking about the rotations, got it? 40%, 30%. Those 40 is generous. Again, 50-50 says those are 2 even football teams. A 40% would say X team is better, but not by a not by a long shot. 40% is super high. I think 30% is high. 30% is more along the lines of like FSU and Virginia. Y'all, and again, I know 10 and 15% sounds low, but if you take into account everything that I'm talking about, from that line and 13 and a half point favorite, and I mean that's Wynn gonna have to fast. I don't know if he has to get fast track, but he's gonna have to play snaps. He's gonna have to play snaps. I think when it comes to Wynn, you just want him to play snaps, that quality snaps. He don't have to be a superstar yet. I think I was listening to Bud Elliott, and he brought up a great point. Like, there's a plane going over here. So give me a second. I listened to Bud, and he made a great point of like Timmy Jernigan, who was a freak as a freshman, who played, but he doesn't. It wasn't. He wasn't a difference maker. He just gave you quality snaps that when he got on the field, it wasn't like, oh my God, there's a freshman here, and you can tell it's a freshman, right? And that's what I think that should be the same ask of Wynn. Can he just play good enough to where you can keep him on the field and not get gashed up the middle or anything crazy, not play yourself out of position? Can he do that? But no expectations of him being some type of superstar as a freshman, at least not from me. It's 50-50 it's the first game. Well, technically, every game's a 50-50 game, right? One side, another side. Technically, every time you get on the football field, you have a 50% chance of winning, technically. So you're not wrong. What's good, Tevin? Great question. I think it was north of 10. I don't remember. I think it might have been the 12. Honestly, I don't remember Galaxy King. To be honest with you, I don't remember that. I don't remember. What up, Terrell? When I think of Castellanos, I think of Everett Golson. Interesting comparison. I don't see Bama being pass happy. They're going to try to run, protect the QB. So as long as we can make the tackles, I think we can keep it close. I need 3 TDs in the first half of the Noles. I think 20%. Did y'all catch the practice clip of the one of the running back drills, and dudes kept slipping with grass torn up? I see crap like that and wonder what we're doing. We're asked for an ankle injury or a hammy. Okay. I actually didn't see that clip. I might have to go back and check it out. I actually didn't see it. A lot of construction going on. I mean, the practice facility looks dope in the background of some of these clips, but what it's not showing is that it's not finished, and there's still like bulldozers and all other kind of construction equipment. So I think that might play a part into maybe just the grass not being 100%. There's a lot of construction still going on in Tallahassee, from the stadium, which isn't completely finished yet, the football only facility, which isn't finished yet. It's all coming together, and I think you're going to have one beautiful. But I think when that all is said and done, I think it's going to be a beautiful complex with Doak and all of that. But as right now, it's on. And I'm just saying that probably that might go into why the grass is the way it is. You got to practice where you can practice, and you want those guys getting accustomed to the heat, so you don't want to take them to the indoor. But also, you don't want injuries, to your point. So you got to be careful with that. 9 was it? It was 9. 30% is high. 70-30 is a probability for Bama. Win more like Goldman. Yeah, I wasn't comparing Wynn to Jernigan. I was just comparing high profile D tackles and what the expectations of them should be. But I hear you. As a player, you would be right. Right? Yeah, Goldman was the number one D tackle in the country. Going, and yeah, I think he was like a top. He was definitely a top 10 player. Might have been top 5. Him and Mario Edwards. I think that's the same class. Mario Edwards was the number one overall player in the country at defensive end. Goldman was the number one D tackle. Boy, I miss times like that. But yeah, I'm not comparing them in terms of like play style. I'm comparing high profiles and the expectation. I don't. Stature wise, sure. De'Aaron King was a better thrower, man, and not as good as a runner. But De'Aaron King had a cannon on him. Even for his size, he had a cannon on him. I don't know who I would compare. Compare TC to. What up, Almighty? It's 3 different grass. It's the turf, the regular grass, and some new wood chips. Thoughts on the clip of T Knight? If you're talking about the clip, I saw a pretty cool clip of them coaching up the D line, and I thought that was good. I thought that was good stuff. I saw a clip of it. I think T Knight was going off, like talking about the weather, like basically, if I remember it correctly, because I saw it a day or two ago. He was like, "Stop complaining about the weather. It's 90 degrees. Day is going to be 90." I think it was amongst that type of. That was what he was getting at. And hey, I'm all for the coaching, man. I think it's actually real cool. And I know I gave the man a hard time. I think it's real cool to see Odell still out there. Actually, again, I just didn't want. I never said Odell couldn't coach. I just didn't want him recruiting anymore. He had lost his gas on with the kids. But I think it's awesome that Coach Knighton has that to lean on. I actually think that's pretty cool to have him there. And I like seeing that. I like seeing Coach Odell still in the mix there. I didn't say he wasn't accurate. He wasn't accurate, but he had a cannon. He had a better than decent arm. But his accuracy was all over the place. They could have moved that drill to 6. Either direction been fine. Coach is choosing to just let it happen. No excuse for crap like that. Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was pretty. I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. From what I heard, DJ has been a lot more vocal, which, if you remember, I kind of alluded to that about a year ago, or not a year ago, but when Farmer was declaring for the draft, I kind of said, and I'm going to be interested to see how DJ is when Farmer is not around. We know how close those two were. In the role, I was curious to see what DJ would take with the subtraction of a Josh Farmer. Not necessarily saying Farmer had negative effect, but Farmer was kind of the leader of that room. And how would Daryl Jackson kind of come into his own in that aspect is kind of what I was talking about. But what I hear, he's been pretty vocal. What's up, Vontae? What you haven't seen so far is those water. You ain't seen them super soakers out there yet. You haven't seen the super soakers out there. You probably won't see them because that's probably stuff they're running in closed practices anyway. These 2 first games, even if we lose the Bama, as long as players have fighting. Well, I talked about that. Joe. It's not so much the Bama game. To me, it's not. I don't want to say I don't care, but if you win or lose that game, it's definitely relevant, but it doesn't sum the season up. I don't care if you go out there and beat Bama by 10. That's a great win. Don't get me wrong, and we'll be excited, and I'll be on here live like I always am, hyping it up. But it's the response to that. Same thing if you lose by 10 or 20 or whatever you lose to Bama. It's the response. It's how do you respond to the Bama game? Win, lose, whatever. The follow up. You have 2 cupcakes right after Bama. Texas A&M East. Never even heard of them. And Kent State might be the worst Power 5 team in all of college football. Like those games, what I want to see, I think what you should want to see is those 2 games over by halftime. We talk about injuries and we talk about all those things. You talk about building that confidence going into Virginia before Miami. Those 2 games need to be over by halftime. Those 2 games need to be over by halftime. And we should be talking about seeing maybe I would love to see Kevin Sperry against Texas A&M East. I would love to see, we talk about some of these younger players. Chroma maybe should get a big workloads in weeks 2 and 3. But what I want to see is those games over by half. That should be the goal. That should 100% be the goal. What's up, Jacob? What's up, Polk? I've lost 47 pounds. Man, shout out to you. Keep losing that weight. Is it you just trying to lose weight, or is you trying to lose weight for like something, or are you just trying to get healthy? Either way, man, keep up the good work. Does anyone have any type of I got some confidence in them. I have confidence in them. D-Jack is a type of body type, right, that you don't grow on trees. Talk about 6'6", 230. And he's not unathletic, right? He's a mobile 6'6", 330. I said 230, 330. So, yeah, I got confidence in him. And, again, I'm just super interested to see how he plays as the guy. Because last year he wasn't the guy. And the year before that, he couldn't play, which I thought which was unfair in the NIL transfer era where everybody transfers multiple times. He had to sit out an entire season. I thought that was ridiculous in 2023. No, I have confidence in him. He's preseason all ACC, so can he play to that all ACC level? We'll see. Man, it's Noles After Dark. We just spitballing. Questions, comments, concerns, get them in here. We jumping all around the roster. We talking about whatever pops up. Jackson needs to show the first round talent game 1. Sure, 100%. That's the game that he needs to be a force. Absolutely. I have confidence against every team we play except Clemson. I would agree with that. To me, Bama's in that conversation, obviously, for my prediction. Clemson, who I think is legit this year, specifically on the defense side of the ball, I think Clemson is the real deal. But for the most part, I agree. Interested to see what Miami looks in week 1 against Notre Dame. That'll kind of tell me the concern I should have about the Hurricanes, how that Notre Dame game looks. And Florida, man, they have – we don't talk about it. They have supreme skill position guys, I think. But if Lagway's not healthy, which he seems to – again, I said I don't want to put the injury-prone stamp on Lagway just yet until he starts missing games. But he didn't practice in the spring. Doesn't seem like he's practicing in the fall. What's up with Lagway? I hear you, Vontae. Jeff says I want to see all the young players. Yeah, in those two games, we should 100% see. Yeah, we should see those guys. 100%. Boggs keeps getting big time praise, Jacob. Cam Davis is not on the depth chart. Glenn is third. Well, no official depth chart has been released, so don't take what you see. 247 is giving what they're doing is giving you like predictions. So as of right now, don't take any depth chart you see with any type of real, credence. I do not think Glenn will end up third, but we'll see. We will see. And I don't think they're giving up on Cam Davis so early. There's only so many. Again, I talked about it earlier. You have 5, 7, 8 running backs, something like that. Everybody can't be listed on the depth chart. So we'll see, though. From the sounds of it, honestly, Jacob, I think you brought him in here, late edition, a veteran in that group that can kind of show some young guys how to work. I don't necessarily – we know who the X and the Y are. Right now, it seems like in practice, the real battle at receiver is your slot, your Z. And right now, the two names are not Gavin Blackwell, but LaWayne McCoy and Javon Boggs. So the expectation for, like, if Blackwell can get you 300 yards and 3 touchdowns on the season, I think that is exceeding expectations. Like, I would take that. If you told me Gavin Blackwell got 300 yards on the season and 3 TDs, I think you take that all day. Obviously not as the leading pass catcher. That'd be atrocious, but you know what I mean, right? So I don't expect big things from him, but you got a long off season, man. Still got a long off season to go. From what's worth, can we all agree that we like? I will agree, 100%. No denying that. Castellanos does not lack moxie, does not lack confidence. His game just has to mirror everything he's saying out of his mouth, because all that goes out the way. One of the reasons I had a problem with him talking so much this offseason, not because I don't want to get him to show his confidence and all of that, but you open up with Bama, you put a target on your back, if there isn't one already. You go out there and you have a few turnovers, or you throw for 150, like, you just have a bad game, and now all that stuff you said comes back to bite you, and it gives that unwanted attention that I don't think is necessary. You go out there and you back it up, we'll have a different conversation. You think Squirrel is the slot? No, I think Squirrel will be on the outside. And this also goes back to the whole point I had with the 2 tight end sets. Having Boggs or McCoy play that third receiver, you won't be lining up 3 receivers a lot, in my opinion. So it'll keep them fresh. Also, young players, keep the mistakes down. If Squirrel's in the slot, then he's not on the field. If my theory is correct, and I think we're playing a lot more 2 tight ends, I don't think you're taking Squirrel off the field, because he's your deep threat. He's the guy that's going to keep defenses honest. So that's why I don't believe that Squirrel's in the slot. Then you have to ask, okay, if Squirrel is in the slot, well, then who's playing opposite of Deuce? It's not going to be the freshman. and I doubt it's like Elijah Moore. So you want those two to balance or complement each other. Deuce Robinson, big, 6'6", and the small, quick, fast, shifty squirrel complement each other. You put them in the slot, and then you kind of take away that dynamic, in my opinion. If you had another guy on the outside, then I would agree with that, but I don't think you do. He's not a guy right now that I think you'd be confident in. What's up, Gray Champion? Jalen King. Is that the other quarterback? Is that the other quarterback that we got out of the portal? If that's the other quarterback, if that's who I'm thinking of, then I always thought he was brought in simply to run the scouting team. To be honest with you, I didn't expect him to compete in anything significant. So yeah, that's the other quarterback. That's the guy that I think came in to run scout team stuff. You need an experienced quarterback to run your scout team. Your scout team is pivotal in the week-to-week, preparation for the team. So that's why I think they brought in Jalen King. I don't expect him to compete for anything significant at all, especially not this year. If he's developing, maybe next year you have a conversation. But this year, no, I wouldn't expect to see much of Jalen King. Does he have potential? I would argue that, everyone, regardless of what you do, you have potential. It's whether or not you meet or exceed that potential. So, sure, he has potential. Whether or not he meets it is a whole different conversation. Is there word on Shaheem? I know we need bodies at safety. But I haven't figured out why Surtain doesn't ask him to leave after his showing the 24th. I don't think you need as many bodies as you think, KCS at safety. And from my understanding, Shaheem might not be a starter this year. If you listen to Tony White and the safety coach, what's his name? Evan? What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Safety coach that they brought in. It's Evan something, I think. Anyway, if you listen to those two, super high on Earl Little. I'm hearing Kirkland is looking the part. Hussey's still there. I don't think you need a bunch of. I think you got enough bodies at safety. You ain't even talking about Max Redmond and some of these other guys who are safeties for you. And I think Shaheem is right now on the outside looking in. So we'll see. You would think that Shaheem, being the veteran player, he's been at Florida State for 5-6 years now. He's been here a while. But the coaches sound like they're high on some other guys. That doesn't mean that they're down on Shaheem, but hey, that's the whole purpose of competition, right? They're saying Jalen's healthy. Gus has a lot of formations we have not seen. This game will be fun to watch. Anthony says, that's where the battle with Boggs and McCoy come in. Squirrel was a slot at Tennessee, and I've never seen him on the outside. But new school, new opportunity. That probably was one of the reasons why he transferred, right? To be in a more prominent role. That's usually why guys transfer, whether it's for money or to be in a more prominent role. I just don't believe personally that you're going to play one of those freshmen. Well, McCoy's not a freshman, but I don't believe that you're going to play one of those two on the outside. But I will be right back, guys. I gotta go take care of something real quick. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. My bad. I am back. Let's see. We'll go to the chat. See where we left off at here. Hope Tariq Mallory gets some burn. Dude is 6'5". Sertain kind of said it when they asked him, but yeah, I think Sertain also did allude to it as well. So, but we talk about Shaheem and him not maybe playing as much, or maybe losing that spot. Yo, we have not seen a co-host in a while. Well, everybody's doing good, man. I was just I was on the move, and you know, of course, everybody got their own lives, so. Everybody got their own things, but don't worry. I'm gonna get the boys back on. Don't worry about it, DC Dread. I'll let them know that you asked about them too. Yeah, White can be outside. Remember, P Dub started his career in the slot because we had E.G. Green and Andre Cooper ahead of him. If you talk about my son, he in there. if that's what you're talking about, yeah, he in there. Let him stay in there too. What's up? No, sir, not me. Let him stay in there. Yeah, we might not see a lot of Shaheem. A lot of questions. Which isn't totally a bad, in my opinion, right? It's not a bad thing. Not inherently a bad thing. So okay, if we take, I just pose a question, you know, since we all just talking. Let's take Clemson, let's take the big four games out of it. Let's take Miami, Clemson, Florida, and Bama out of it. What are some teams on the schedule that we should be worried about? I mean, the first one that pops in my head is that road game late in the year at Riley. That's always a tough place. I don't care how good FSU is. For some reason, that's always a tough place to go play. Y'all remember 2012, infamously, and just historically, man, we have fits in that stadium. Probably a night game, probably like a Thursday or Friday. Like, that's the first game that pops into my head. What are some other games y'all think, not counting the big four, that FSU should be paying close attention to? Yeah, NC State for sure. NC State for sure. That's probably the next big one. Any other games though y'all are worried about? KCS with the $5. What's up? He says, how much more time do total cars get? I get you seen quarterback on JT. So okay, I actually like this question a lot. It gives us something to kind of dig into. What's up, Stino? But I appreciate that super chat. Appreciate that super chat for sure. Since P Dub was mentioned, we'll go with that.
Yeah, more money. Yeah, more money. Yeah.
But you bring up a good one though, man. Like I gave Tony Tokars a lot of credit for the George Travis development, maybe more than I should have. And I am with you, if you're alluding to saying I wouldn't be mad. Not only would I not be mad, I'd probably push to like replace that guy this offseason. I'm kind of done with the Tony Tokars experiment my damn self. So You might not be wrong there. You might not be wrong. I'm saying NC State. Pitt. I think Pitt's a good pick. Because Pitt's right after Miami, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering the schedule correctly. I think Pitt's the game following Miami. So that's probably a game that could be a tough stretch right there. So I think Pitt's a good pick. I don't know how good Virginia Tech is. They still have that mobile. They still have is it Kyrie Jones, Drones, Drones. They still have him for what that's worth. I don't know how the rest of that roster looks. I think Pitt's a good one. NC State, obviously, but I think Pitt's a real good one, Ben. Never seen Stanford. The only worry about Stanford's not a good football team. I'm just going to tell you that right now. The only worry about that is I believe that's a road game, West Coast, probably a night game, probably like a 10 o'clock game. So it's a late game on the West Coast at Stanford. How does that game? How does FSU travel? I think would be a big question. But you better not lose that game because Stanford's not a good football team. AKC says after Pitt after UM, they'll let us know if these players are still bought in. If we happen to drop the game to those losers in Miami. The fact that game's right after Miami. Pitt's always tough. They're always a tough team. Pitt's one, NC State's one. Virginia Tech, sure. I can see Virginia Tech being a sneaky game. Stanford, not so much, man. Again, I get the distance, right? I get the traveling, but you better not find a way to lose to Stanford. You don't play in SMU. You don't play Georgia Tech. Right? You don't play those two teams this year, so that's good. That's good. This Georgia Tech's kind of Stanford game is on October 18th. One thing that I have kind of noticed in the sort of the interviews, I haven't heard Tylan Lee's name mentioned much. Don't think it's alarming or anything like that. Just interested to see what his role will be, how much he'll play. One guy that they're super high on is the kid out of Tennessee. A lot of people are saying that this guy's healthy. Now, the health is a big thing because he's been rehabbing, and a lot of people don't expect him to be in like top shape come Bama. So they'll have to ease him in. But from everything that's being said is that he has, like, I don't know if elite's the word, but he has big time physical traits that will be huge when healthy. So I'm very interested to see it. Jalen not Watkins. Jalen something. I can't keep up with all these people's names. But the kid out of Tennessee, I know what I'm talking about. Jalen Jenkins. They're high on him. It's just a matter of him getting healthy, which if you go back in probably January, February, I did a live stream talking about the new additions, and he was one of the big names that I brought up because he fits the scheme for sure. And he can be a big-time factor, I think. I saw practice videos. Jenkins looks full go to me. Jason Jenkins. Yeah, Jason Jenkins. He I think he's a full go. I just think it's now a matter of him getting in shape. Yeah, I think it's a full go. He still has to get in that. And he's got a month to do it, but he's got to get in shape. He's got to get in shape. Some of the younger, which is good to me, because some of the younger guys, you want to. That was one of the big questions, big concerns I had going into the season is how much are you really going to depend. Another plane overhead, but how much are you really going to depend on? You don't want to depend too much on these young guys. You want to ease them in there. Now, if a guy is good enough, then by all means, like I keep saying about Chroma, if he's just the best running back on the roster, then damn it, start him. You know, if some of these guys, whether it's Kevin Wynn or whoever, is just the best player, then get by all means. But usually, you want to ease those freshmen in there. There's a different kind of demand when it comes to that high school to college jump. So Shaheem's not starting. Who's starting safeties? Earl Little, Hussey. If you ask me right now, I think it's going to be Kirkland and Earl Little. I think those are going to be the two guys back there. If you ask me right now, on August 1st, we are in August. On August 1st, I think it's going to be those two. Those are probably the two guys that I would pencil in as the starters right now. Doesn't mean Shaheem won't be. It doesn't mean another player won't be. But those are kind of the two guys I think that they are, especially Earl Little. I have a hard time seeing Earl, with the way he's been talked about this offseason, I have a hard time seeing Earl Little not starting. So I got Earl Little. So Edwin is, I don't think Edwin's going to be a safety for you. I think he's going to be a corner. Now, where does he start? Well, if Wilson is one starter, which I think you can pencil, I think you can put Wilson in there as a starter. I think it's going to be him and Rawls. Rawls is another guy that they've been pretty high on this offseason, which would leave Edwin in that slot. And from what I understand is Q might be the first guy off the bench as far as corners go. I was listening to Bud Elliott again, and I'll bring him up because it was him or either the guy that was on there. It wasn't Ingram. I don't remember the guy that was on there with him. It was one of those two. They made a good point. One of those 5-star, high 4-star corners needs to stamp his name. It's time for some of the we talk a lot about the misses that FSU has had in recruiting and how Mike Norvell isn't recruiting up to the standard that Florida State should have. But the one position that Florida State has routinely still recruited very well is corner. But it's time for one of those players, whether it's Jamari Howard, Kai Bates, Charles Lester, one of those guys, Arno, and I know he's just a freshman, but one of those high-profile gets that you got in that secondary, it's definitely time to for one of those guys to emerge. Don't just be a guy on the roster now. Live up to that rating that you got out of high school. Live up to that and push, if not exceed expectation, and get on the field, man. I definitely think we need that. I definitely think we need that. And again, this is not a knock on Jabril Rawls, but I said it before, man. If he could be, I think Tony White called him a pro prospect. So by all means, if he's that guy, then salute. But he wasn't highly rated coming out of high school, which is irrelevant to the point. Once you go in college, those rankings go out the window for the most part. But he wasn't a guy that was looked at like that. Some of these other guys were looked at like that, and it's time for them to step up, in my opinion. If somebody's not pushing a Jabril Rawls to his hardest, or not pushing Edwin Joseph or one of these guys, I think that's a cause for concern in that DB room. I'm not saying that's not happening. That may very well be happening. Would love to see it. Love to see more of it. Yeah, Williams got a few. He's playing both sides of the ball, Tevin. I think Little is playing that hybrid linebacker role. Well, they have that jack spot. I think that jack spot is going to be more of a D line slash linebacker role. I don't think it's going to. I think Earl Little is going to be a safety. I don't think Earl Little is going to be the jack spot that you're referring to. That jack spot is going to be a pass rusher, which is why Amari is crucial. Diggs is probably in that role. Tony White, I believe it was, mentioned Stephen Thompson, some of the linebackers, even Elijah Herring being in that jack role, because I think that is going to be the hybrid. You just called it a hybrid linebacker role, but I don't think DBs are going to be considered in that role. I think that is going to be a D line slash. I think James Williams could potentially play that role too if another D lineman emerges, like Jason Jenkins, McCray, Daniel Lyons. You could flex James Williams out there. I think that's what that role is going to be. I could be wrong, and you could be right. It could be similar to what LaMarcus Joyner under Pruitt. They had a similar position. I think it was the star position we called it at that time. That was more of a linebacker safety hybrid. I think this is more of a D line linebacker hybrid. What's good, Peter? Nickel. I think Edwin's going to be your nickel. So many new names and jersey numbers for 25. I feel slightly disconnected compared to the past seasons. I know it's a little harder to keep up with. That's why I be forgetting these names. I mean, and that's, again, we're talking about NIL era. Your teams are starkly, drastically different year in and year out. It's hard to keep track of everybody, whereas it used to be guys were on the roster 2 or 3 years before they kind of emerged, and you just knew who they were. Little is playing rover, which is another word for like in the box safety, which is, I think, what he's primarily going to be. I don't think he'll be like a free or field safety playing the back end, though he could. I think Earl excelled, especially when you watch him last year, at coming downhill and making tackles. So it makes sense that you'd have him closer to the line of scrimmage. Kind of struggled in pass coverage, but was very good downhill tackling. So I understand the whole rover slash, is he that hybrid guy? I'm just kind of going off the verbiage of that jack position, and that's been the primary position talked about. Where I think a lot of people I expect Amari to have that position. If not right away, very, very soon. I think they will give a shot to Diggs. I think the Coastal Carolina, I believe that's where he transferred from. But I think Earl's going to be in that secondary. The way he talks makes it seem like he rushes a lot. And that doesn't mean I do think Tony is going to blitz. And he's going to bring different looks. I think that's the intriguing part of the defense, is that I don't know if offenses are going to be able to key in where the pressure's coming from. But you don't want to blitz a guy like Earl too much. You do want him back there. Again, I said he struggled in pass coverage a little bit, but he's got ball skills. And if you want to disguise it, make him look like he's blitzing, and you drop him back, those are the type of things that Fuller played such a vanilla style defense, which was really good when the front four with Verse and Fisk and Verse and Pat the year before that, when those guys can just get home, when your front four can just get home without blitzing, it makes Fuller's defense look, but it's very vanilla, very just man-to-man, rush four. But if the four can get home, your defense is good. When you're not rushing four, even amongst the D line, who are might have one legit pass rush on the D line, a lot of other space eaters and some length. So you're going to be bringing pressure off the edges from that jack position, blitzing backers, probably blitzing some secondary guys for sure. So I think you're going to get a lot of different looks at a Tony White, which is going to be fun to watch. It's not going to be as predictable, I feel like, that what we've seen in the past. So, what's up, Antoine? That is the promising thing when it comes to Tony's defense. So I expect to see a lot of different blitz packages, disguises, stunts. That'll be fun to watch. One of the things that have me so very much intrigued is if you go back and look at Nebraska, one of the things about Nebraska's defense, and this isn't even a scheme thing that stood out for me, is that it made its players look better than they were. Nebraska did not have a lot of talent on that defense, especially in that front. But they had some big white boys in that front. If you remember last year, that just always seemed to be around the ball. But those guys weren't like NFL projected players. They weren't, you know what I'm saying? They weren't big time prospects. But it made his defense, specifically in my opinion, the D line, it just made them look better, in my opinion. And I think some legit players that FSU has recruited, KJ Sampson, I mean, that's a 4-star. Daniel Lyons was a 3-star, but he was a high 3-star. The Nasir twins have been mentioned a lot this offseason. So watch out for those guys. Those guys might be in the mix. You have Tony White, Knighton have more talent on that front than they had at Nebraska. And Nebraska's defense was fairly good last year. Nebraska's defense was not terrible last year. It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't bad at all. I watched a pretty decent amount of Nebraska games just because I was interested to see Raiola, how he looked, and Matt Rule, and those things. Nebraska's defense was fairly solid. And one of the things that always stood out to me was how the D-line played. But the D-line didn't have a bunch of premier guys on it. FSU's going to have more premier guys on that defense. I'm extremely excited to see how that looks with Florida State talent. That's where I'm at with that. Noles says, exactly. Scheme matters a lot less when you have the talent to back it. That's why we got hold last year. Didn't have Verse and Fisk anymore, and Farmer. Well, you had Farmer, but Farmer, he wasn't surrounded by Verse, mainly Verse and Fisk. That 23 defense looked the way it looked just because you had legit NFL guys like Jared Verse, legit. Fisk, like those guys went to the Rams and didn't miss a beat. They looked just like they looked at Florida State, dominant. So the defense as a whole just looked better. Not to mention Ronaldo, the guys on the back end who were also NFL talent. Whereas last year you didn't have that other than Azariah Thomas. Well, Farmer got drafted as AZ got drafted, but the scheme didn't fit the personnel. Marvin Jones Jr. didn't live up to any expectations. Pat looked like he regressed. So this scheme with the talent, where I feel like Tony White's scheme, damn planes. I'm gonna get sick of these planes one day. I think Tony White's scheme elevates the talent more so than Adam Fuller's. So I think I think there's a good chance to see some guys excel. If White can do it at Nebraska, he can do it with essentially that's what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. You just put it more straight to the point. If what you saw at Nebraska last year can be duplicated here with the better athletes, which he does have. And he was able to bring, you were able to bring James, and you were able, like Nebraska didn't have a guy like Daryl Jackson on that D-line, period. They just didn't. So those are all pluses. And the games Nebraska got whooped most of the time, the DBs were just getting out. Not only that, but a lot of times also I think the offense didn't help Nebraska's defense a lot. Raiola was a super young quarterback, and they were kind of conservative with him. And yeah, not trying to be negative, but that Bama practice video put it. So I haven't watched this practice video that everybody keeps talking about for Bama. I probably won't watch it. I don't need to watch it. I don't need to watch the practice video to tell me. Again, I've been saying it all off season. The notion that we're just gonna that Nebraska, because they don't have Nick Saban, and they're just gonna take this major downfall is ridiculous. Nebraska still not Nebraska. Alabama still has dogs. Period. So the practice video won't do much for me because it doesn't. Bama still has players, bro. They still got players, and guess what? They're still recruiting players. You gotta have you. I don't care what you think of DeBoer or whoever. At the end of the day, you gotta have players. Alabama still got them. It's time for FSU's players. It's time to. Hey, you get on that field and you got to man up. Got to man up. Almighty says, "What ranking do you think the defense?" That's a good question. Now that's a tough question, but a top 25 defense would be huge. I guess I think top 25 is probably very likely. My question I would pose is, what explosive offenses this year do you face? Not Bama. You don't think at Bama. I mean, we'll wait. We obviously got to wait and see, but they got a new quarterback. Still have a good O-line, good receivers, good running game. But I wouldn't call the Bama offense explosive, though DeBoer has had that in the past. Like, but who's the best offenses you're playing? Florida has legit skill position guys. One of the better O lines as well. But again, are any of these offenses? They might have good players on them. Even Miami, I think Miami's got maybe the best O line in the country. Like, not gonna sit here and lie to you, and a good run game. But again, you wouldn't call that offense, oh, they're Mario Cristobal explosive. What explosive offense? So even the good teams that you play, I don't think they have explosive offenses, to my point. Top 25 is very, very feasible. And if Tony White is who we think he is, I think that should be the expectation. It's the top 30, top 25 defense. That's true. The corner out of Houston, he played at Syracuse with Tony White. That is true. That's good. All good points, No Sage. All good points. So the point that he's making is there are players on this defense that have played for Tony White. They know the expectation and how to play, and can help translate that to the existing Florida State players who haven't played in that, and help them along. Again, I've been saying it all season. I don't. My only question is who starts in that back end of the secondary, but I have good feelings. I have a warm and fuzzy about the defense. The offense is what concerns me, and that starts at quarterback. How consistent is he? The more consistent he is, the better. We know Bama got grown men looking at them on. Right. That's why I haven't watched it, I guess. I know what Bama has. Me watching the practice clip at Bama doesn't tell me anything I don't know. That's what I was basically alluding to. Like I haven't watched it, and I probably won't go look it up because somebody made a point on Twitter a week or two ago, and I 100% agreed with it. He said something that he said something to the effect of basically players matter more than coaching. And I doubled down on it and I retweeted it and I said, more coaches have been made by great players than more great players have been made by coaching. And I think that is 100% accurate. simply meaning the better players you have, the better of a coach you are. It's been a theme that I've said routinely almost every live stream. I don't care. And I always equate it to racing or being a jockey. You can have Jeff Gordon or whoever you think the greatest NASCAR driver is, a Formula One car driver, Jeff Gordon or Dale Earnhardt Jr. You could Richard Petty. I don't get name the race, the driver. But if you put him behind a Honda Civic and he's going up against a Ferrari, I don't give a damn how good he can drive. It's irrelevant, right? He's gonna lose that. He's gonna lose that race. It's a different horse caliber. Same thing, you can have the best jockey in the world, but if he don't have a thoroughbred or a stallion, if you don't have one of them elite horses, it's irrelevant. It's the same thing in football, man. Only in the NFL does coaching matter the most because the talent level is in the NFL, man. The talent level from the worst team in the NFL and the best team in the NFL isn't drastic. It really isn't. Coaching and other things come into play there. Or maybe at a specific position like quarterback play sets the bar super high. In college, it's all about the players. It really is. That's why the NIL is so huge. But college is all about the players. The better the players, the better the coach will be. Larry Coker won a national championship at Miami. Larry Coker. Who played on that team that Larry Coker? We all know that's one of the great Miami teams, if college football teams of all time, the amount of talent that was on that Larry Coker national championship team. What has Larry Coker done since? Zilch. Nobody. Is he even still coaching? I don't even think Larry Coker is still coaching anymore. But recently, about 5 years ago, I think he was still coaching. The point is, great Gene Chizik won a national championship with Cam Newton. Of course he did, because he had Cam damn Newton. What was Gene Chizik doing before then and after? Nothing. Players win championships in college football. That is the unequivocal fact of it. We like to talk about scheme and we like to talk about coaching. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but that's why the number one priority for coaches in college is talent acquisition. Can you recruit players? Drop my phone. If you can recruit, you always have a chance to win. Say what you want about Mario. I'm not a big fan of the X and O Mario coach either. But the man recruits, and he recruits premium positions. Whether or not he ever wins is irrelevant. He's putting himself in a position to be successful. That's just what college football is about. D is going to be legit. We have a D in. Oh, I read that one already. Noles Sage. Clemson and Miami should both. Yeah, again, good offenses. I'm not saying they won't, but will they be explosive? I definitely don't think Miami's going to be explosive. Will they be explosive offenses, though, is the question. Do y'all think we see these young players in games that matter? Past Norvell years, he's hyped up a bunch. That's a double-edged sword, man. A part of me says if they're the best player, then yeah, you want to get them on the field. The best players need to be on the field. But part of me says no, unless they've earned that. But I don't want to see. Name a young player. Somebody mentioned Tyreek Mallory earlier. Cool, he might be the next great. I don't want to see him just to see him. I need him to make an impact if I'm going to see him. You get what I'm saying, KCS? That is a fact. Bobby Bowden was an X&O's coach. He got the best players. Let them go to work. You could. Yeah, you got to know how to control it. I'm not saying put a novice, right? So these college football coaches aren't novices. So I'm not saying put a novice behind the Ferrari and think he's going to beat Jeff Gordon. If it's a drag race, he probably still will, right? But you can put an average driver behind that Ferrari. He will beat Jeff Gordon in the Honda Civic. He just will. He will do it. Yeah, Coker was coaching recently. Well, 2016 isn't as recent. 2016. And it's 2025, so it doesn't seem like it's that long ago. But the point I was making is still, that's 16 years after he won a national championship at Miami. So the point was, what had he done since winning with Miami? And for 16 years, he hadn't achieved nothing. Nothing. Gotta have the players. At the end of the day, you gotta have players. And I wouldn't mind seeing young guys, but I don't want to, like previously, Novellas just kind of played young guys just to play them. If you remember Sam McCall, man, the man was only on kick return probably because they just wanted to get him on the field. He ended up transferring anyway. But everybody could watch him and know he shouldn't have been back there returning kicks. I don't even know where Sam McCall is anymore. But even last year, somewhat with like the LaWayne McCoy, like I think they did the same thing similar with LaWayne McCoy, had him returning kicks, and just kind of was like, why? Like, don't just play young guys to play them. Now, last year was different. I wanted them to play young guys because that team was going nowhere, and I was sick of seeing Kentron Portier and Darian Williamson and Kyle Morlock like that. What was the benefit of playing them? But this year, you're actually trying to do something, right? You're not trying to be 2-10. So let's not just play the young guys just to play them. Let's play guys with a purpose. But again, if they're the best, then I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with playing the best. I have a problem with just throwing guys out there. Don't just throw Chroma out there because he's Chroma and you feel like we just need to put him out there. You're gonna play guys. Play them with and for a purpose. Let me see where Sam McCall is. It's actually a good question. I have no idea what happened to Sam McCall. He's at Georgia State. Sam McCall's at Georgia State. How unfortunate is that? He went from Florida State to A&M to Georgia State. Yeah, Georgia State. Yeah, he left A&M. He's no longer at A&M. Did he? I don't even think he played there. I don't even think he played there. I mean, last year they also kind of did it with Cam Davis. Like, you put him in there, and I think somebody in the chat made a good point, like, that maybe the Georgia Tech game just shot his confidence. And maybe that was it. But it's like you were playing Cam Davis at a point last year where it's like you were just playing him just to play him. McCall should have stayed. No, McCall did what he needed to do. He never wanted to be at Florida State. He only came to Florida State expecting Travis Hunter to come. And because if you don't remember, when Travis Hunter did the flip, I mean, there was a lot of talks that McCall wasn't even going to sign. He ended up coming for a year. McCall did the right thing. He didn't want to be here. We didn't need him here. The fact that he's gone from us to A&M and is not Georgia State, there's a chance he wouldn't have made an impact anyway. A lot of times when these guys are in the portal, it's one thing to hit the portal. It's one thing to be Braden Fisk, Jarrett Verse, Keon Coleman. You hit the portal once because you want to capitalize on what you've built as a player, be in a position to either win or make a lot of money. Then you have the players that were high profile, but they're on different teams every offseason. Those guys usually don't pan out. Those guys that are multiple transfer guys, usually they're multiple transfer guys for a reason. Can you think of a guy who's transferred multiple times that's actually been like good? One transfer guy, sure, but I can't off the top of my head, and maybe someone can name somebody in the chat, but I can't think of a guy that's transferred 2 or 3 times and been like legit. Nine times out of 10, man, it's you. It's not the program. It's you. It's not the program. Like Marvin Jones Jr. is going to be in that same predicament. He's at Oklahoma now. This is his transfer from Georgia, Florida State. Now he's at Oklahoma. This better be his year. Cam Ward doesn't count. I don't count Cam Ward. Cam Ward played at, where did he play? Cam Ward played at a school that had no business being. I'm not going to count player or players like Cam Ward who played at IP or whatever that was. Okay. And I said high profile. Cam Ward wasn't a high profile coming out of high school either. Where the hell did Cam Ward play his first year? I don't know. He played at a school that no one's ever heard of, is the point I'm making. Then he went to Washington State because he still wasn't high profile. Because just because you put up stats at wherever the hell you were playing at, it was where at Washington State he made his name. I count personally, it would be like it would be like if Jared Verse went from where he played school. I'm forgetting where Jared Verse played school at first. But it would be like Jared Verse going from where he was and then going to FIU or USF and then transferring again after that, right? That's different. Cam Ward went to Washington State where he really made the name for himself. Incarnate Ward, no. Yeah, Incarnate Ward don't count. Dylan Gabriel. I thought Dylan Gabriel he went to Oklahoma. Oh no, he was at UCF, wasn't he? Dylan Gabriel was at UCF. Then he went to Oklahoma. Okay. So Dylan Gabriel's a good one because like those count. He was at UCF, Oklahoma, and then Oregon. So those make sense. Incarnate Ward don't count, bro. I just saw. To me, it doesn't count. But if you want to count it, you can count it. Albany. Right, so he went to Albany to Florida State. Jared Verse didn't have a reason to transfer again. But if he went to Albany, then Syracuse, and then Florida State? Like that makes more sense. And Cam Newton did that before the NIL era, so that was a little different. Cam Newton did that in an era where if he doesn't go the JUCO route, he has to sit out a year. So Cam left UF, played JUCO, and then came back, so he didn't have to sit out a year. Right, that's no longer the case. So I can't count Cam Newton. I can't count that because he played that the right way, right? And he didn't even willingly transfer from UF. He got kicked off the UF team, went JUCO, so he didn't have to sit a year. Then went to Auburn. So some of these are just different. Dylan Gabriel's a good one. Dylan Gabriel's actually a really good one. Not trying to shout out another channel, but have you watched any of Michael? I'm not even going to try to pronounce that regarding college football. You can shout out another channel. I don't have a problem with it. But no, I'm not even aware of who that is. What's the name of his channel? I don't. Is he a FSU guy or is he just a college football guy? I mean, I'll check. Man, I'll check out. I'll watch anybody. I'll check him out. Do me a favor, hit the like button. So that's kind of what I was saying about Thomas Castellanos, right? UCF, Boston College, now he's at Florida State. How is that going to turn out? Historically, right, doesn't say that it's going to be good. What's working, I guess, in his favor, coming back to a system that should, complement what he does. The only player I'm trying to think of, somebody said Sam McCall should have stayed. I'm trying to think of a player that transferred that I think would have benefited staying. That's a question for the chat. Who's a player in recent memory that transferred from Florida State that you go should have never left? I can think of a guy. It didn't end well for him here because he came back. But Marion Cooper should have never transferred to begin with. It's probably a guy I can think of. Who's another guy that transferred and you say, well, he should have never transferred, should have stayed? He's an all sports guy. Doesn't matter the level. Channel is Michael Mac. Is that Machiavelli? It can't be Machiavelli. McKelvey. That's what that looks like. Interesting watches. Okay, I can give him a look. Trying to think of some back to some players that transferred that probably should have never left. Rodney Hill might be a good one. That's probably a solid one. Rodney Hill's actually a really good one. I like that. I like that one. Rodney Hill. Rodney Hill should have never left. I understand, whatever he was promised, but I like Rodney Hill. Amari Gaynor. Talking about Amari Gaynor. Yeah. Gaynor's a good one. Rodney Hill's a good one. Rodney would have played over Cam Davis, though. Like, if Rodney Hill doesn't leave, he's playing over Cam Davis. He would have been more effective than Cam Davis last year, in my opinion. Gaynor and Rodney's two good ones, though. Who's that running back we had in Mike Norvell's first year? He played alongside Jay Sean Corbin, and then he left after a year. And I don't know what happened to him. And he was actually pretty good here. I forget his name. That guy probably should have stayed. I was fine to see Gaynor leave. I mean, maybe, but it's not like he went to North Carolina and did anything better. Right? So for me, I think Gaynor, if Gaynor stays at Florida State, does the same things he would have did at North Carolina. Like, what was the point? Not Trayshawn Ward. I'm not talking Ward. Though I would love to see Ward stay. Ward's a good one. Webb. But Trayshawn Ward's actually another good one, too. I wish he would have stayed. I was talking about Webb. But Trayshawn Ward's a good one, too. LeBourne, if Willie didn't Kalen LeBourne. He played very well for Marshall, too. LaDamian Webb was his name. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But Trayshawn Ward's another good one where he would have stayed. D-Mac. Who's he? Oh, no, I was good with him. I was good with him leaving. Not only was I good with him leaving, he wasn't going to play over Verse and Pat. Had no issues with D-Mac leaving. And he didn't go to Colorado and like light the world on fire. So for me, no issues with D-Mac. And D-Mac wasn't gonna like burst into that rotation. So nah, not too worried about that one. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure some of them were told to leave. Not all of them though, but some of them. Yep, I did see Toafili, and that's what's up. Good to see Toafili. You're talking about McLean. I will actually argue that McLean did the right thing. If you look at them wide receivers, man, why would I stay and you keep playing Kentron Portier and Darian Williamson over me? Like I'm not gonna let that go. Like McLean may have did the right thing, quite honestly. That's fair. Just as a debt piece. But he didn't want it. That was the whole point of him leaving. He didn't want to be a debt piece. He thought he was, he thought he was supposed to be that guy. But that's all he was. He was a debt piece. Not very many that I can think of. There are some guys that I think you would love to keep. Trayshawn Ward being one. But for the most part, you didn't have a guy transfer and then go, damn, that dude's a beast. I wanted Trayshawn Harrison to stay. I think he ended up going to Oregon State. DJ Matthews was a guy. He had some plays, or he had some plays at Indiana. How will Benson do at Oregon this year with his speed? He may do well. They'll have a guy to get him the ball. I think Benson, is he a 1,000-yard guy? I'm not going to go that far. I wouldn't say Malik Benson's a 1,000-yard guy. But I think you'll see him make some plays. I think you'll see him beat some teams over the top. I think Benson will have, if I was to put a yardage amount, maybe he's a 500-yard receiver, something like that. That wouldn't surprise me. What wide receiver do you think we shouldn't pick up? What do you mean? When you say we shouldn't pick up, do you mean elaborate that question? Because I'm not sure what you're asking. Quayshawn Fuller, he went to Maryland, if I'm not mistaken, where I don't believe he made any impact there. I believe it was Maryland. And then he didn't do too much. In the past year, so guys that I guess you want to say like didn't live up to expectations or fizzled out. I don't want to say you shouldn't have picked up any of them. But Warren Thompson comes to mind of a guy who like I was super high on. I thought he had all the skills, all the ability, and just that whole situation happened with him, and just I don't think he went anywhere and did anything. Warren Thompson would be a name. Of guys that, again, I don't want to say you shouldn't have picked them up, but guys that you're like, why were we so high on them to begin with? I know we take a lot of transfers, but I swear I swear announcers, during extra games announce it's a fair point. I think they like to emphasize guys that are transferred in. I'm curious to see how Pat does. He quit on us, but maybe he's going to be around to Patrick Payton's, like, what might work in his favor is when he was excelling for us, it was a talent that he was able to get off because the focus wasn't on Pat. It was on everybody else. He might have something similar in LSU where the focus might not be on Pat. It'll be on other people, and maybe Pat will be able to do some things. Deuce Span's a great one. How the hell did we pick up Deuce Span? Micah Pittman's another good one. How are y'all feeling? How are we feeling? It's 10 o'clock where I'm at, which means it's 11 o'clock Central, which means it's midnight on the East. If we're still feeling good, I'll do a little longer. I mean, last time we went for 3 hours this time, but I started a little earlier last time. Y'all tell me how y'all want to do this. I can keep it's Friday, so most of y'all should be off tomorrow, I'm hoping. What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to end it? Y'all want to keep pushing? Oh man, Dustin Hill. Dustin Hill still pisses me off. Dustin Hill, put Dustin. You talk about receivers that you should have never picked up. The way it played out, FSU should have let Dustin Hill walk. And let me be clear, because that's my emotions talking. I understand Dustin Hill transferring, new system, what Gus Malzahn, maybe he thought it didn't fit what he wanted to do. Uncertainty at quarterback when it came to some of that stuff. I'm not sure how thrilled he was about. I don't know if he transferred before TC was announced or not, but I'm not sure if he was thrilled about new quarterback situation or the current quarterback situation. I know he was hurt, so I want to be clear that I understand the reasoning behind Dustin Hill saying, maybe it's best for me to look elsewhere. But even with all of that said, FSU stuck by that damn kid for what, 2-3 years after his initial high school recruitment, signed him where if it had been any other coach, Dustin Hill would have played JUCO when he was finally eligible, and they would have made him earn his way back up to the Division I. Mike Norvell took that dude. You play your freshman year, you get hurt your sophomore year, and you transfer. Again, I understand the reasoning. I want to be clear on that, but it still rubs me so wrong that dude transferred. If you want to talk about a player that they should have just didn't waste their time on, then Dustin Hill is a player that they should have just. He didn't qualify or whatever. You can go through all the rumors, so I'm not even going to get into it. But for whatever reason why he didn't qualify initially, they should have just moved on. That is a player. You want to talk about guys they shouldn't have stayed with? That's a guy. Dustin Hill went where? Yeah. Like, man, so unfortunate that was the one guy that low-key surprised me when he hit the portal. Because I thought, and also they fired Ron Dugans. Maybe that's the coach that he wanted to play for. I get the reasoning behind the transfer. I really do. And I still think he owed a level of loyalty to that. But all's fair in love and war. So, again, that's just my emotions talking. I understand why he made the move he made. Nazuddin, man. Nazuddin was a good player. And see, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. Because if he sticks, Dustin Hill's a guy. We talked earlier about, I forget, I think it was Anthony in the chat said Squirrel White in the slot. Well, maybe if Dustin Hill's here, I can see a lineup of Deuce Robinson, Dustin Hill on the outside, and Squirrel White in the slot. It would be so unfortunate if he was the transfer from LSU. That'd be so unfortunate, man. I see as a back or a third string at his school. Who are we talking about? Dustin Hill? Who are we talking about? Grant Champion. As far as Pat goes, like I said, he might be able to do some things depending on how to use him and what's the expectation for Pat over there playing alongside some other guys. I mean, I'll be interested to watch him. I wish the best for Pat. Luke Cromahoke. I think Cromahoke. He went to Mississippi State, and I don't believe he's the starter. Luke's another guy where I would have liked to see stay. Though we talk about quarterback. You talk about, you didn't come here to play for Gus Malzahn in the Gus Malzahn system. Luke Cromahoke, I kind of wish he would have stayed just for that depth and competitive. But Luke makes a lot of sense why he transferred. I'm not too mad at Luke Cromahoke for transferring. Seems like Briggs has finally ran out of eligibility. He's no longer. I would hope so. Dennis Briggs has been in college for 8 years. That makes a lot of sense, Vontae. It's like strictly pass rushing situations makes a lot of sense. I mean, I saw a picture of him recently, and to me, he looks the same. So I'm not sure how much he's bulked up or hasn't bulked up. Yeah, Cromahoke. When you put that into perspective and in hindsight, again, I understand why Cromahoke would leave. But if you just were to go to Mississippi State to be the third string guy, then you should have stayed here because it's not like FSU's quarterback depth is supreme. You would have contended for second, third string here. I think we all did. I think we all did. Because he had the talent, man. He was one of those guys that had, you looked at him and you go, like, that's a guy. But he could never put it together, man. He could never put it together. And his career at Florida State started off rocky because he was academically ineligible. I think his first year. So he started off rocky. But he was a guy that I think a lot of people told elite lies about. FSU's receivers were so bad at one point. I was saying, man, move him over to offense. Because there was one thing Travis Jay was doing when he was playing. He was getting interceptions. I don't know if y'all remember. But he was getting picked. They had him at safety. And those jump balls, he was picking those off. I was like, man, put him on offense. Who's the preferred starting backs? For me, I think Sawchuk gets the nod starting. I think Roy Dell will get some burn just because they're going to put some respect on his. They're going to respect the fact that he came back. And he was hurt last year. The opportunity to have a better season. But I think Sawchuk, and I think by midseason, I think hopefully you're looking at like a Sawchuk Chroma rotation or something like that. Yeah, man, because if you remember, he was an athlete coming out of high school. He played both sides of the ball in high school. I was like, man, put him at receiver. Our receivers were terrible at that time. I was like, man, this is before they did that massive transfer acquisitions of Johnny. That year, they got Micah Pittman, Johnny Wilson, Deuce Spann, and Winston Wright. It was the year before that. I was like, man, put Travis, because we wanted Ron Dugan's fired then. If you remember, our wide receivers were terrible. They were ranked last in the AC. I was like, man, put Travis Jay at receiver. I even got into a little back and forth with Brendan Sinone on Twitter about why he was trying to use analytics to say that Travis J can't play receiver. And maybe in the long run, he was right. Travis J didn't end up playing receiver. Hell, he wasn't a good player. He didn't play at Colorado much. But at the time, I was like, man, put that man at receiver because we didn't have nothing else at receiver. Yeah, that 22 year, man, that jump was it 22 or 21? It might have been 20. I think it's about 21. 22 is the year that they brought in Johnny Wilson and you guys. 21 was the year where that's when you had Andrew Parchment was like your best receiver. You had Ontario Wilson, but he wasn't the 2023 version of or 2022 version of Ontario Wilson. Winston Wright, unfortunately, that leg injury killed his momentum here. Because I think he was going to be good for you. I really do. I think he was going to be good for you. But when he broke his leg in that car accident, that just derailed him. And yeah, it just was what it was at that point. He could never bounce back from that, and FSU had started. Dugans did bring in some decent recruiting classes. I mean, so Winston Wright kind of had to go do his own thing. He was kind of on the back end. Had he not broken his leg, I think that plays out differently here. I do. I think that plays out differently for Winston Wright had he not broken his leg. Yes, I remember Taiwan Easterling. Parchment. Yeah, I mean, Parchment will always be remembered for the catch. 4th and 17. We'll always remember Parchment for that. But, man, Parchment, man. Cheeks. What it was bad. Andrew Parchment was probably your best guy. Ontario Wilson might have been actually the best guy. I think if you go back and look at it statistically, I think Ontario was the best guy. Which was so disappointing because Parchment had like 900 yards coming from Kansas, which is why a lot of people like me, I thought Parchment was a good addition. We talk about, and I mentioned it recently when we talk about portal, and it's not so much about production. Everybody's like, you got to go get productive players out of the portal. And I'm like, I hear you, but it's not about production, man. It's about, do they fit what you can do? Parchment was a 900-yard receiver at Kansas. Go back and look at Parchment before he came to Florida State. He was a 900-yard receiver at Kansas. 900 yards. When's the last time FSU's had a 900-yard receiver? I don't think Johnny Wilson at his best was a 900-yard receiver. Tamario Terry might be the last time FSU had a guy that was that productive. So I was like, yeah, man, bring in Andrew Parchment. He should be good for you. The man sucked. Jakai was 100% better than Parchment. Yes, 100% Noles. The Mackenzie Milton experiment didn't work. And I know this is a long time ago. You go back and watch me prior to that season. And I made it very clear. One, I will admit, I wanted Mackenzie Milton to start the season. But what I did say was they need to pick a quarterback, whether that's Jordan Travis or whether that's Milton. I don't necessarily care. I was hoping Milton got that UCF Milton back. We never got that. But the point I was making was don't play ring around the rosy. Don't play quarterback carousel. And that's exactly what they did. Game 1, that's exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did. And once they finally made up their mind on Jordan Travis, the rest is history. FSU started 0-4 that year. Would have made a bowl game had Jordan Travis not got hurt in the second half of that Florida game. Because Emory Jones was just giving us that game. He was throwing picks left and right that game. He was trying to give us that game. But we couldn't take advantage of it offensively because Milton was so bad. Jordan Travis, that second half of that year is when he became Jordan Travis, which is why in 2022, that's the best version of Jordan Travis. And in 2023, he was still Jordan Travis, but the offense took a little bit of a detour because they wanted to get Keon Coleman more involved and maybe – I'm not saying maybe than he should have because Keon Coleman was a dog, but it was obvious that they were forcing things to Keon instead of it naturally coming within the offense, right? But that second half of that year is all Jordan Travis. It's all Jordan Travis when they finally made up their mind on the quarterback. So 100% right, Noles Sage. It's exactly why 2021 ended up the way it happened. Because they wanted to line Jordan Travis up at receiver and do all kind of dumb shit that I said you don't do. That's what's one of the big sayings in football? If you have more than one quarterback, you don't have one. That was 21. You were trying to play multiple quarterbacks, and you didn't have one. You had one, but you were trying to play multiple. So just sticking with the guy. And Jordan Travis didn't play well in Notre Dame. His stat line in that Notre Dame game is atrocious. And I get it. Mackenzie Milton almost won you that game and had things played out differently, but you should have just, in hindsight, right? Jordan Travis was the answer. It should have always been the answer. Here's a good question for the chat. If you could take a player from I don't care what year you pick. You can pick 93. But if there's one player that you could pick from a prior FSU team that you think would make the biggest impact on this year's team. Let's say you think this year's team is a 7-win football team. What player do you believe you could take from another team, put them on this team, and you would instantly up your win total by 2? So you go from 7 to 9 wins. What player is that? What is a player that you think would up the win total at Florida State from 7 to 9? Assuming you think it's a 7-win team. Regardless of what you think this win total is for this year's team, just what player do you think would instantly make this team like a 2-win better team? Whether that's a 7-win team to a 9-win or 8 to 10, 10 to 12, whatever you think, 9 to 11, whatever you think. What player do you think ups this win total by 2? And I want some creative thoughts. Not Jameis Winston. I mean, like, let's not go with any of the Heisman guys. Some creative. Give me somebody creative. Give me somebody outside of the box. Like, it's easy to say. Like, Dalvin Cook with Gus Malzahn would be insane. Like, that's probably my first thought. My first thought would be like Dalvin Cook. If I could put Dalvin Cook on this team, given the offensive lines that he was running behind and still putting up 1,600 yards, given the tempo that Jimbo Fisher played at, and he still put up that kind of yardage. I'm telling you right now, you put Dalvin Cook on this team, and buddy, he might run for 2K. So that's an easy one. I don't want, don't give me Dalvin, don't give me Jameis. Don't, kind of think outside of the box a little bit. Dalvin Cook, though, man, I don't know. I'd pay weekly to see Dalvin Cook at Florida State under Gus Malzahn's offense. What do y'all got? Marcus Cushney, hell no. Josh Griffiths or Kobe Gross. Y'all are naming just track Kobe Gross. Oh my God. Yes, 100%. 100%, Antoine. From any year. Yeah, I mean, Dalvin's the answer. I get it. Like I was just saying, Dalvin's the answer. Derek Brooks, I hear you. I mean, he's Derek freaking Brooks, so you're not wrong. But he's a linebacker. I don't care if it's Derek Brooks, Ray Lewis, Pat Willis, Luke Kuechly. I don't see a linebacker upping your win total by 2. That's tough, Bubba. I love Derek Brooks as much as the next guy. But he plays at a position that doesn't affect the win total like that. Charlie Ward, I mean, again, yes, Charlie Ward. But again, I kind of want it outside of the box. This is the 2022 linebacker room. McCray, Gaynor, Warner, Brooks, Eubanks, Lundy, Deloach, and Emmett Rice. Jarrett Verse. Okay. Ramsey. PK Sam. Man, get the hell out of here with PK Sam. Any team. Not just Norvell era, but any team. Norvell era would actually be a lot more interesting of a conversation if I just said the Norvell era. Marvin Jones. Bubba Griffin naming all the old legends. Greg Carr. Greg Carr? I can think of some players besides Greg Carr. If you want to take it back to the Greg Carr era, how about another wide receiver in that era? Probably about Preston Parker. I would take Preston Parker over Greg. I would love Preston Parker in this offense over Greg Carr, 100%. Preston Parker was very versatile. They lined him up in the back. They did a lot. They tried to make him Peter Ward 2.0. Give me Preston Parker over Greg Carr. What's up, Island Boy? Oh, Island Boy, I got a question since you just tuning in. Name a player from prior FSU teams that you would like to see on this team that you think could increase the win total by 2. And try to think outside of the box. Not Jameis, not Dalvin, not work done. Somebody that's kind of outside of the box. You mean Kelvin Benjamin? Because Travis Benjamin played at Miami. You're talking Kelvin. Derwin. No, I've talked about that before, Mr. H. I don't believe so. If you win, so the caveat to that is yes, if you win, that does set the tone. But my whole thing has been win, lose, or whatever. It's not the Alabama game. It's the follow-up. If you win, but you follow it up poorly, what does that matter? If you lose, but take that and kind of let it fuel you, then, that matters. For me, it's easy to say with the win against Bama that, yeah, that can set the tone, but I'm more so looking at the follow-up to the Bama game. Like I spoke of earlier, I don't know if you were here in the chat for it. Those next 2 games after Bama, Kent State and Texas East or whatever, those games need to be over by halftime. Like those are the games you need to make the statement. For me, A win against Bama, sure, it can set the tone. I'm not delusional to think so, but I'm more so looking at it as don't let the Bama game dictate the season. Don't let a loss to Bama, which I expect a loss. I'm just being honest. Don't let a Bama L set the tone for the season. Follow that up. The follow up to the Bama game is going to be crucial for how Florida State plays the season. I don't disagree. I just trying to get some creative answers. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get some creative answers. Again, Dalvin was the first guy that came to mind. Hopkins, stop it. Peter Boulware coming off the edge. I'm with you there. Light him up. Kelvin, Boulware, Quan. EJ's interesting. EJ's interesting. Twin Towers with Deuce. I hear you. I think Preston Parker. Jordan Travis. I got you, Tony. Of course, Jordan Travis. Greg Jones. Whew, Greg Jones. Hell, the Greg Jones before the knee injury for sure. Walter Jones. Love that pick. Somebody, a legit left tackle, an all-time great left tackle at that. Walter Jones was an all-timer. Walter Jones, one of the 5 best tackles we've ever seen play football. Yeah. Yeah. Chris Winkie, nah. Prime time? I mean, he does so much. Punt returns. Like, hey, prime time's not a bad answer. Exact GOAT pick. Goated with the Walter Jones pick, 100%. Again, you talk about one of the greatest to ever do it. I like that answer a lot. That's what I mean when I say outside the box. I like that answer a lot. Wadsworth, Darnell's my guy. Darnell would have fit the 3-man front so perfectly here too. I like the Darnell Dockett. If you don't know, Darnell Dockett is one of my favorite FSU players of all time. Probably second to P-Dub. So I'm with you on the Darnell Dockett. Darnell Dockett in the 3-man front, which is what he primarily played in the NFL for the Cardinals. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm liking that Darnell Dockett pick a lot, no Sage. Greg Reed. He did a lot on the special teams too. So Greg Reed's a good pick, Antoine. Nick O'Leary, again, your tight ends, I don't see them adding much to the win total. Good player, but don't know so much about tight end. Jalen, maybe. Not taking away from the greatness of Jalen, but again, we're talking about adding 2 wins to the win total. So I don't know. Devontae. A lot of those old running backs would have feasted. Whether you're talking about Freeman, hell, Chris Thompson before the back injury. Somebody already mentioned Greg Jones. A lot of those old running backs would have been any of the old running backs with Gus Malzahn would have been fun. Deloach, nah. Rock Preston, there's a name. Well, I see the chat getting a little thin. We're down to 14, so we'll probably go ahead. Like I said, I want to keep bringing out the content. So try to do at least 2 live streams a week, one during the week, one during the weekend. Get a Noles after dark during the weekend. Get a, you know, the hangover during the week. So appreciate everybody who popped in. Hell, give me Xavier Lee, bro. I wish Jimbo would have got Xavier Lee early in his career. Xavier Lee, I like that one. That was supposed to be, Xavier Lee's one of the most talented players to ever come, and he just came at a bad time. FSU couldn't figure out the quarterback position with Bobby Bowden's son calling the offense. But like I was saying, who gets fired first, Venables or Kelly? If Brian Kelly loses to Clemson in another opening week loss, it could very much be Brian Kelly. At some point, he's got to. And the thing about Kelly is his teams haven't lacked talent. Multiple first-round receivers, Heisman winners. I mean, he's had defensive guys like Stingley and Harold Perkins. Like, no excuse for Brian Kelly, to be quite honest with you. If he loses to Clemson, it may very well be Brian Kelly. May very well be. The only thing that to say Brian Kelly is if he even if he loses to Clemson, if he can win the SEC somehow. I mean, even this year they're coming in with a bunch of hype and a bunch of talent. So Brian Kelly might be the answer there. Brian Kelly and Venables, no. We'll see, but I think it's got to be Kelly. I think it's got to be Kelly. Kelly's had too much talent to come through that school for him to be 8 wins a year, not playing for the SEC title, like losing opening games. Last year they lost to USC. Obviously, we beat them 2 years in a row. Like Kelly can't lose to Clemson this year. I don't think he can. Yeah, exactly, Antoine. Kelly, it's not like Kelly has been lacking. Right? Venables, on the other hand, at Oklahoma, yeah, they've been disappointing. Don't get me wrong, but Venables is taking what? This is the first time he's been a head coach in years, and he was a defensive coordinator for so long. There's a lot of things in the Venables defense that you can go, okay, when Lincoln Riley left, and he basically left with all the quarterbacks, like someone said, like Antoine said, Venables got him a QB this year. So there's some other things there with Venables. Venables has a little bit more leeway. Venables can't go like 6 wins. He can't do anything crazy like that. He's got to be an 8-win team or something. But Kelly has to be the answer, man. I think he has to be. I think Kelly's got to be the answer. It's not Seabass. Seabass ain't doing nothing. I mean, he'll make some field goals. That's, I guess, assuming you think we're in a bunch of close games this year, then maybe Seabass is a decent answer. Oklahoma's defense was actually good last year. They didn't have an offense. Right. Kelly's the answer. I think Kelly's the answer there. On who's more on the hot seat? I think it's Brian Kelly. You do another 8-win year in the SEC, losing your opening game, LSU's going to get sick and tired of that because they have higher expectations than 8 wins and constantly losing your out-of-conference games. They've got bigger expectations. I don't think Mario gets fired, man. For Mario to get fired, I've talked about this before. Unless Mario's going to have to regress heavily. Mario just won 10 games. Mario's going to have to lose. If Mario goes 7 wins, then we can have that conversation. But as of right now, I don't think Miami has any interest in letting go of Mario Cristobal. Zero. And I talked about it before. If you do fire Mario, then who the hell is the answer? Because Mario was their savior and is their savior. And if Mario ain't good enough, then they know what they bro. Who you hiring? People ask me all the time when I talk about getting rid of Norvell. Oh, who would you hire? And I always say, bro, I don't have an answer. All I know is a coach goes 2-10, they should be on the hot seat. When it comes to Mario, again, if you get rid of Mario, who the hell are you hiring? Because Miami paid money that they. Mario's very similar to Norvell in the sense that Miami broke the bank for Mario. They've given Mario resources that no other coaches had before Mario. They're giving Mario everything that he's ever that program has ever wanted or needed a coach to have. You're not firing. They're not firing that dude. I just do not see a situation unless Mario Cristobal goes out there this year, in a year that is, they do have high expectations for Miami this year. Unless Miami goes 7 wins or something like that, I do not foresee it. I don't think Mario is going anywhere. I don't think Mario is going anywhere. Lincoln Riley probably should be on the hot seat. Antoine says Mario isn't going anywhere. He can't coach, but he gives them hope in recruiting. And that too. Again, you say what you want about Mario, but he's going to win. He should win games, given the fact that you got one of the better O-line units in the country, and you have a first-round left tackle. You got one of the better O-lines in the country. I mean, if Mario can't win 9-10 games this year, then maybe we have that conversation. But as of right now, I'm not ready to have that conversation about Cristobal. And I agree. Napier will be gone before Mario. Napier, if DJ's banged up this year, Napier will be gone before Mario Cristobal. Give us Marcus Freeman. I don't know if not against it. I just don't know, would he leave Notre Dame? Maybe. Marcus Freeman, another guy I would consider. Syracuse head coach. Those are the two probably top names on the list if you were to get rid of Norvell. New rule. Anytime Mario or is discussed, you got to play the loser clip. From here on out, Vontae just said a new rule, and I'm all for it. So anytime Mario, now we can't start spamming it. It's got to be in the gist of a conversation, especially if a Miami fan brings it up. We're gonna play it, but I don't mind that rule. I don't mind that rule at all. So just for the sake of it, since we just talked about Mario, I'll do it. I don't think you're going to get Lanning. If Lanning didn't leave for Bama, I don't think he would leave for Tallahassee. There's no connection there, so I don't see it. Rhett, I'm not against that. I actually like Rhett Lashley. I'm not against that. I'm not against that at all. Refs definitely gave up that Virginia Tech game. I don't disagree with you there. And I agree with Antoine. Fran Brown should be at the top of the list. And yeah, I don't think Freeman would leave Notre Dame. I don't think. Could be wrong, but I'm not so sure. But Fran Brown, that's a Syracuse head coach, top of the list for sure. And Saban, hey, Saban's really talking about coming back. Yeah, y'all already know my thoughts on Saban. Bring Saban's ass to Tallahassee. That is a perfect fit. I don't care if Saban's 80 years old. Bring him back. If he's willing to come back, bring him back. Because I ain't asking Saban to coach. I'm asking Saban to put together elite staff, and I'm asking that man to bring in elite talent. That I know he will do. Yeah, definitely a pipe dream. Which new coach goes 10 wins? Name the coach. Give me some coaches because I can't think of a new coach right off the top of my head. When you say which new coach, what major program had coaching turnover? None that I can think of. Yeah, you gotta give me some coaches because I can't think of any coach off the top of my head that took over like a prominent coach or took over like a prominent school. He gonna recruit and he gonna put together again a legit staff. That I know. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need. But what new coach? Like what new coaches are across the country that I can think of at decent programs? I can't think of a new coach on top of my head. I'm trying to think, bro. All the major programs brought their guys back. Bill Belichick is that Bill Belichick might be in the mix there. I don't know if North Carolina's winning 10 games, but maybe Bill Belichick. I don't know. Interested to see how that North Carolina team looks under Bill Belichick. That's probably the biggest profile. Frost is interesting. He's going back to UCF. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I'm not. I don't think UCF wins 10 games first year of Coach Frost being back. Bill Belichick is one that I'd pay attention to. I don't think Bill Belichick is going to win 10 games, but if you want to throw a name out there, and yeah, Frost isn't new to UCF. I get it. He's coming back, but Frost was winning with UCF when they were in the American. It's the Big 12. Got to think Arizona State's the favorite in the Big 12 this year. Kenny Dillingham. Shout out to Kenny, man, being a head coach that I never thought he would be. He's a perfect fit at Arizona State. Just perfect fit for him. Dan Mullen at UNLV. Isn't Rich Rod back at West Virginia? I don't know. I don't think Rich Rod has that same. Um, he doesn't have that same magic he had at West Virginia in his first stint, where he was getting the Steve Slaytons and those guys, Noel Devine and Pat White. I don't think he's got that. I don't think so. Mullen at UNLV is interesting. UNLV played a certain way. I don't know if that. I mean, Mullen's not a bad pick just because UNLV doesn't play in a competitive conference to that nature. So Mullen's not a bad pick. UNLV was really good last year. You're getting a good team. So Mullen's not a bad pick. Mullen's not a bad pick. Rich Rod, I'm not so high on. I just don't think West Virginia has that same allure that it had back when he was there the first time. The Indiana coach definitely stood out. He's the one thing that kind of gives me hope that FSU can turn it around quickly. But it's all going to be. Y'all remember Mel Tucker at not Washington, sorry, at Michigan State. But Mel Tucker then fell off a cliff. They paid Mel Tucker all that money after 1 year. They fell off a cliff, and then they got him out of there with some freaky stuff. he was a freak monster. So it's all about the follow-up. It's all about the follow-up for Coach Dillingham, the Indiana coach. It's all about the follow-up. As far as DeBoer goes, he's at Bama, so I would say for the time being, his job is relatively safe. A couple years ago, I was asking. Yes, I was. I'm not on that anymore. Yeah, Mel had some personal issues, but I'm not on the Dave Aranda bandwagon. At one point, I was. Not so much anymore. Coaching is all about coaching. At the Power 5, coaching has a lot to do with fit. Coaching has a lot to do with, does the guy fit the footprint of the program? One of the issues I had with the initial hiring of Mike Norvell. Basically, can you go into the Florida high schools and say, this is my state, like a Jimbo was able to do? Like Mario, to the extent Mario doesn't have a lock, but Mario's a good recruiter. Billy Napier's recruiting his ass off. So yeah. I don't think Aranda fits Florida State, so I'm no longer looking at Dave Aranda in that same light. KCS. Oh, he was a freak monster. Mel Tucker's a freak monster. That coach at TCU. Crazy how they fell off after national championship appearance. They've been essentially a second-tier Big 12 team since. Yes, I think the next head coach at Florida State needs to be an elite recruiter. Needs to be able to go and tell, Kirby Smart, this is my guy. 100%. Who that is, I don't have the answer for you. But we talked about earlier, I think Fran Brown would be on top of that list, or should be. With the way they did Willie Taggart, I'm not so sure a black coach would be lining up to coach at Florida State, unfortunately. And I say that saying I don't think Willie Taggart was fired because he was black, but the optics don't look great when you fire Willie Taggart not even 2 years. Like you didn't give Willie Taggart 2 years. Like those type of conclusions are going to be drawn. I've gone in detail of why Taggart was fired, and it has more to do with them, obviously, with him just being black. But if I was a coach, a black coach, I might look at that and go, they did Taggart a little dirty there. Yes, Jimbo is going to be working for the ACC Network and calling games. So I'll be excited to. One thing about Jimbo, you can say what you want, but that man can talk ball. Would y'all take? There's a question for y'all. Would y'all take Jimbo Fisher back? Because I think that is. A lot of coaches do this. I think Jimbo Fisher going to the network to call some games is going to be his way to back into coaching. I don't think Jimbo Fisher's done coaching football. Would y'all bring Jimbo Fisher back? I would. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'd forgive his sins. Yes, you did us dirty when you left. No excuse for that. I still don't love it. I still would like to punch you in the face for doing that. But if Jimbo wanted to come back, if Mike Norvell could continues to shit the bed, if I would highly consider taking Jimbo Fisher back. I'm not gonna lie. Now he would have to go to the CEO route. He would have to get rid of play calling. Uh, FSU cannot go back to running. Um, FSU cannot go back to running the the style of offense that at A&M proved to be obsolete in today's college football. Uh, yes, Antoine hit it. Basically, Antoine saying what I'm trying to say. You get a legit offensive coordinator, I take you back, 100%. You're not calling plays, but Jimbo Fisher knows the state of Florida like the back of his hand. Jimbo Fisher gonna recruit. Jimbo Fisher's gonna come back to. This is all. We're just talking it into the air. No, this probably doesn't happen, right? But he's coming back to a Florida State that now has the football on all the things that he wanted in 2016-17. He's gonna be getting if he came back. Get you a legit offensive coordinator. We know he can put a staff together. I would take Jimbo Fisher back. That might be blasphemous. Y'all might not like what I'm saying. But again, if Norvell can't turn this thing around, I'd take Jimbo Fisher back in a heartbeat. My man William with the $4 said, let's go, Noles want to know. Hey, let's do it, man. 1-0. Let's beat Bama. Beat Bama. Let's freaking go.
I'm in Tallahassee, I'm with the Seminoles. I've been getting to this paper, focus on my goals. Trying to run this money up and pull up in the road. All this talking gangster, that shit getting old.
KCS, Jimbo at the CEO level maybe, but that fall off at A&M was brutal and recent. How many coaches would work under Jimbo? I think coaches would work for Jimbo. I think, I have a saying, or I have a philosophy or a theory or a belief when it comes to college football. And Texas A&M's demise, so to speak, under Jimbo Fisher is more so Texas A&M than Jimbo Fisher. I believe mediocre programs are mediocre programs. Especially in the common era, or the recent era, or the current era. Can you name me a program? Like the days of Bobby Bowden are gone. The days of taking a program and building it into a national power, I believe, are done. So name me a program in the last 20, we'll go 20 years, that was cheeks and now is all of a sudden considered a top tier program. Because I can't name one. I can name programs that have had good years. I can name programs that have elevated to a degree, but I can't name. Texas A&M is still Texas A&M. There's a reason they haven't won a national championship since the 40s. It's A&M. It's Texas A&M. FSU is still FSU. Even with Mike Norvell. Look at the caliber of player that Mike Norvell, we can still say that he doesn't get the amount of quality players that we need him to get from the high school. FSU, even after going 2-10, right now has a 5-star DB committed to it. You got to hold on to him. Don't get me wrong. FSU is still able to go into living rooms based off the fact that they're Florida State University. So A&M is still A&M. Mississippi State is always going to be Mississippi. Like that. That's my opinion on that. So I understand what you're saying, KCS, with the A&M stuff, but it's more so that it was A&M. If he comes back and puts garnet and gold on, it's Florida State. It's different. It's different. I don't think Jimbo has that pizzazz that he once had. Maybe not. Even in A&M struggle, Jimbo was still recruiting. So I don't know about that. And the sprinklers just turned on. I like Lashley. Lashley, what I know about Lashley, he's going to get you. We talk about recruit, and I don't know how Lashley can recruit. I don't know how Lashley recruits at a major tier program. I know he was the OC at Miami for a bit. SMU, I would consider major tier program. I know they had a great year last year, but they're still kind of SMU. So my only question would lastly would be, can he recruit against? You're in the Southeast. You got to recruit against not only your in-state guys, Billy, Mario, but Kirby Smart and some of these other guys. That'd be my biggest question for Lashley. But one thing I will say about Lashley is he's going to get him a quarter. Lashley's going to get him a quarterback. He's going to get him a quarterback. I can 100% guarantee you that. Bro, so I had no idea that my backyard had a sprinkler system. I'm just now finding this out. I'm just now learning this. My sprinkler system just got off. I guess I've never been out here this late. It's 11 o'clock here. You guys are staying up late with me, man. I appreciate that. Y'all staying up late. Dude put together the highest rated recruiting classes ever at A&M. Some of those players went elsewhere and got drafted. That's fair, but Georgia's, in my opinion, was still always Georgia. Like I talked about this before. I think Georgia. I think the we have some like I don't know if revisionist history is the word here. I'm not saying Kirby Smart isn't great. My issue is people talk about Mark Richt. I don't know how many basketball fans we have in here, but in my opinion, Mark Richt is the acute. Mark Richt is in the same category as Charles Barkley and Patrick Ewing and Karl Malone. Unfortunately for those guys, they played in an era where they played with the greatest of all time. They played with Michael freaking Jordan. You just weren't gonna win championships because you had that guy to deal with. Mark Richt is so underrated to me because people forget Mark Richt coached against primetime Nick Saban and primetime Urban Meyer. Those are the two greatest coaches in the modern era. You can debate me. If you want to throw Dabo in that mix, I hear you. Urban Meyer in his prime at Florida, come on. That man was nasty work. Nick Saban in his prime. That's what Urban Meyer had to play year in and year out, whether it was SEC East, got to play Urban Meyer in Florida every single year. And then if you did by chance beat Urban Meyer, then you had to go play Bama in the SEC championship every year. In my opinion, we don't give Mark Richt the credit he deserves at Georgia. He was recruiting top 10 classes. He was guys like Matt Stafford and Murray, the quarterbacks he had were legit. Todd Gurley, no Sean Moreno. Like, we forget the type of players that man had at Georgia simply because of the guys he was contending against. Mark Richt went up against elite stuff at Georgia while he was at Georgia. And we don't give him the credit he deserves, in my opinion. So it's hard for me. Like, I hear you with Kirby. You say Kirby elevated Georgia, but Georgia, I don't think Kirby elevated. Kirby won back-to-back natties. You got to give Kirby that credit. I would argue Kirby's not doing anything Mark Richt wasn't doing. Kirby just doesn't have an Urban Meyer to contend with. And he caught Nick Saban at the tail end of his career. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. The problem with that is Utah, KCS. So my problem is, I hear you. Good coach. Does he fit Tallahassee? Does he fit the Southeast? Is Whittingham going to go into as Kirby Smart walks out the front door and Whittingham goes into the front door of a recruit, is he going to be able to convince that kid to come play for me over Kirby Smart? I don't think so. That's my issue there. Again, not saying he's not a good coach, but fit is just as important as the caliber of coach. And I'm not so sure he can do that. Hold on. Antoine, to me, it goes deeper than that, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I think he's better than that. I really do. I think again, I put him in that category. Like if Charles Barkley doesn't have to go against Jordan, is Charles Barkley an NBA champion? Probably. If Karl Malone and John Stockton don't have to go against Jordan, do they have NBA championships? Probably. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Because outside of Nick Saban and Urban Meyer, who was Mark Richt losing to? He wasn't. Mark Richt wasn't losing to Georgia Tech. He wasn't losing to games he shouldn't lose. He was losing to the GOATs. He was losing to the GOATs or guys that are in the caliber of GOAT. Bobby's the GOAT, in my opinion, always will be. What Bobby did as far as winning 2 national championships and building a program literally from scratch to premier dominance. I don't consider Florida State a blue chip program because I only think there's like a handful of blue chip programs. Like Georgia's not a blue chip program. I don't care what anybody says. Your blue chip programs are Texas, Bama, Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Like those are blue chip programs, and that has more to do with their historical relevance than it has to do with national championships, but just the fact that those are programs that have been around college football since the dawn of college football. Those are considered blue chips. Nebraska is another one, in my opinion. Those are blue chips. For Florida State, in my opinion, isn't that. But Bobby brought Florida State to blue chip relevance. That isn't happening anymore, and that's what makes him the GOAT to me. But those other two are in the conversation of guys who are all-time great coaches, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Rick had to go against that. Rick was good, but he reminds me of Jimbo. Just would lose the games he should. So, what games? Like what prominent games in Rick's career did he lose that he had no business losing? I mean, I can't think of many. Yeah, he had him every Rick had him every year in the SEC. Like other than when he lost to Florida, because that's Urban Meyer. He had him there, man. It's just he was going against 2 of the best of the modern era. He was going against the 2 best of the modern era. But Rick's a better coach than I think people give him credit for. I really do. I really believe that. Saying Rick was mid is crazy, but that's your opinion. I don't know the exact years that Rick came in, but at the end of when did Nick Saban came into Bama in 07? Hell, we'll do it. Nick Saban. Bama. Nick Saban was the coach at Alabama. By the way, just listen to this. Nick Saban had a 206-29 record at Alabama, which is insane in and of itself. In his first year, he went 7-6. What is his first year? When was Nick Saban's? 07 was his first year at Alabama. Yep, 07. So Nick Saban, 07. The year I graduated. Urban Meyer. I think Urban Meyer got there in 06, 05. Urban Meyer got to Florida. No, Urban Meyer got there in 07 as well? No, 05. So Urban Meyer was there 2 years before Nick. You say years. I'm just going to check when Mark Richt got there. Mark Richt got there, I believe Mark Richt got there in 2001, I think, right? Mark Richt got to UGA in 2001. Now, my question would be, what was UGA before Mark Richt got there? Yeah, so in 2001, Mark Richt got to Georgia. So Mark Richt had Urban got there. He had a 4-year start over Urban, and he had a 6-year start over Saban. I mean, unless you want to say that he should have won. I mean, the man won the SEC East in his second year, his third year. The man won the SEC East in 2002, 2003, 2005, and 2000, just the early years. So it's not like he wasn't winning the SEC East. Okay, so Mark Richt was winning the SEC East before Urban and Nick got there. Like, Mark Richt was doing his thing. Won the conference championship in 2002. Like, I don't know what more you are asking from a coach. Was he supposed to win national championships in his first 4 years? How many coaches pull that off? Tell him. Mark Richt, thank you. Antoine, thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Pete Carroll at USC. What are we talking about? Vince Young at Texas and Matt Brown. What are we talking? Like, Mark Richt just got the bad luck of the draw. Thank you. That is my point. My dog just got the bad luck of the draw. Who was beating Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart at the USC? Oh, the other team, Texas, with Vince Young and them boys. What, Vince Young, Jamal Charles? Like, man, like, Rick was winning the SEC, bro. Like, it just was what it was. Don't sleep on Juice Cryer this year. Just wait. Hey, I hope so. Not sleeping on any other linebacker. I think I've said it before. I think FSU has a solid solid linebacking core. He got the job after FSU lost the Natty. Remember, that's probably the main reason Florida State loses to Oklahoma, because Mark Richt's out the door going to Georgia. That's why we lose to Oklahoma in 2000. My top 3 players on each side of the ball. Good question. User. Do you have a name other than User? I'm just curious. I'm guessing you don't have a YouTube account, so I would like to know who I'm talking to, User. But on offense, my top 3 players on offense. Offense is that's the side of the ball that I'm like, Top 3 players on offense. Deuce Robinson. I'm gonna name Gunnar Henson. I know everybody's high on Michael Pettis. I'm gonna say take that back. Luke Pettenbaugh, the center. I think he'll be the best offensive lineman on the team. Deuce, Luke, and look at that. Nothing in my cup. I'll be there. Deuce, Luke, and man, I would love to say Thomas Castellanos. I'll go Thomas Castellanos. And then on the defensive side of the ball, that's harder because of the caliber. But we're going to need James Williams to be a top 3. Daryl Jackson to be a top 3. And then let me try to go outside the box here, because I was gonna say Jeremiah Wilson. I think that's too easy. I'm gonna say something crazy. Blake Nicholson, man. Blake Nicholson is gonna turn into Luke Kuechly in 2025. You heard it here first. Rick had a clear head start and was coming from FSU off of the United team. Rick was competing against 0-1 Miami, then Pete, yeah. And right after Texas was Urban Meyer UF. He couldn't catch a break. And again, it's not like he wasn't winning. I just went through it. He was winning the SEC. He just couldn't catch a break, man. Again, we just for whatever reason, we don't give that man that credit that he deserves. Randy Pittman gonna eat. He's my sleeper. I like that. I mean, I like Randy Pittman. I've talked about needing those tight ends to be safety blankets, so I'm not mad at the Randy Pittman pick, because I think he's another. I call Jalen Lucas a gadget player. I think Randy Pittman's another guy that you can put in as like a gadget guy who could just do some different things for you. So I'm not mad at Randy Pittman being on your list. Earl Little going to be special. Hey, I'm an Earl Little guy. I'm a fan, so I like it. Currently a student at FSU, and I work for the football team. Oh, okay, you work for the football team. So give us some insight if you work for the team. How's practice looking, man? Come on, man. If you work for the football team, and he says we'll be 100% better, I'd expect a similar year to 22, slightly worse. So you're thinking 8 to 9 wins. He's thinking 8 to 9 wins. But if you work for the team, I ain't telling you to give us any exclusive stuff. That's why your name's user, because you can't put your name out there because you work for the team. But if I ain't telling you to give me anything that'll get you fired or get you in trouble. But come on, man, give us some insight. Just what players are standing out to you at practice. If you really work for the team, I'm not calling you a liar. Come on, do me and the fans a favor. Do me and the fans a favor. We want to hear some juicy stuff. Because you saying we'd be 100% better. I mean, hell, we won 2 games. So we better be 100% better. But I want, who's standing out offensively? Who's standing out defensively? Who's our sleepers? Guys that we're not talking about that are actually looking pretty good in practice so far. Come on, user, help us out. Help the fellas out. If Nicholson is that, let Cameron Fryer be. Hey, say less. KCS said it, and if it doesn't happen, y'all can blame KCS. He said Nicholson gonna be Luke Kuechly and Cameron Fryer gonna be Ladd McConkey. Y'all heard KCS? I didn't say it. He said it. That's all on you. But I ain't mad at it. I co-sign it. And I'm going a lot longer than I thought I was going to. I was at one point about to get out of here, but I mean, the conversation picked up a little bit. And I still got 32 people in here, and it's almost midnight Mountain Time. It's almost 1 o'clock Central Time, and it's about 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. So shout out to you guys, because if I had less than this amount, I still got 32 people in here. 1 Twitch watcher, and everybody else is on YouTube. I always post on Facebook, but it's like nobody watches me on Facebook. The hell with y'all on Facebook. Y'all don't want to fool with your boy. Do me a favor, if you're still watching, just hit the like button. You ain't really got to share the video because I don't expect nobody else to come in here this late at night. But do me a favor and at least hit the like button for me. Me too, bro. I'm waiting on user to give me something. You say you work for the football team. Give me something. Again, you ain't got to give me nothing that's going to get you in trouble, but give me something. Oh, there he is. Kevin Sperry's the real deal. McCoy looks like he took a decent step. Coleman looks really good so far as a freshman. D-Jack has taken a step. Facilities-wise, Doak won't be done until 3. Okay, so the facilities will be done until week 3. That's okay. That's okay. Facilities, week 3. But let's talk about it. Kevin Sperry's the real deal. When you say the real deal, is that a guy? When you say the real deal, is that a guy that if Thomas Castellanos goes down, is that the second quarterback? Is Kevin Sperry, as a true freshman, does the staff feel that confident in him that he would be the second quarterback? That's my first. I'm just going by your comments. That's my first question. McCoy, I've heard the same things about LaWayne McCoy, so that doesn't surprise me much. So I won't really ask much about there. Actually, I will. How big a gap is it between Javon Boggs and LaWayne McCoy? Because we heard a lot about Boggs, and I have heard McCoy looks pretty good. That's why I mentioned earlier in the live stream that McCoy and Boggs are competing for that third wide receiver or that slot position. Chroma, I expect him to look good. My question isn't necessarily directed at Chroma user. My question would be, what's the running back? What's the hierarchy in the running back room? Okay, Chroma looks good, cool. How's Roydell look? How's Sawchuk look? Just if you had to guess, who's the starter week 1? And then Daryl Jackson has taken a step, which is awesome to hear. But I don't really too much care. I expect Daryl Jackson to be good. My bigger question for the D-line, outside of Daryl Jackson, who's making noise? I don't care about Daryl Jackson. I don't care about James Williams. I want to know, is Daniel Lyons, is KJ Sampson, is McCray? What are some under-the-radar D linemen that are taking a step? So those are my questions for you. If you can answer them. If you can't, no hard feelings. And that's the thing. It's the weekend. So, again, I appreciate y'all kicking it with me. And if by chance, if you are drinking, if you're, so the stadium will be done. The stadium will be done before Bama. It has to be done before Bama because game 1 is in Tallahassee. So I could probably answer that for him. When he says facilities, I think he's talking about a football-only facility. 1, no, it will be Brock. Okay, Kevin Sperry could be a guy who takes over for FSU in a year or 2. I expected it to be Brock. So that is, for me, that's a positive. I know people, aren't high on Brock, but like I've been saying, I don't want to see Kevin Sperry thrust into the mix. You have Brock Glenn, freaking use Brock Glenn. So I'm glad to hear that Brock Glenn is quarterback too. If everything, and again, this isn't me calling you a liar user. I just have no way of verifying anything you're saying. So I take everything with a grain of salt. But according to user who works for the football team, like he said, Brock Glenn will be QB2, which isn't a shocker to me. It's my expectation. I'm just waiting on user to see if he answers the rest of these questions. But I gotta appreciate you coming in here late night. Got nothing else to do. Nothing wrong with kicking it with the boys every now and then. And there goes the sprinklers. Oh no, I meant Doak will be done in time. Doak won't be done in time? The seats will be in by mid next week. Football only facility, mid-October, early November. Oh, that's unfortunate to hear that. Interior. Oh, so the seats. So okay, we'll still be able to fill the stadium, but there's some interior renovations in Doak that won't be done in time. Okay, but as long as I guess as long as the seats are in, that's a positive, I guess. DM me. Well, you can follow me on YouTube. Well, obviously I'm here, but as you see at the bottom of the screen, that's my Twitter handle. That's my Instagram. By all means, DM me, bro. Again, and I appreciate it. Outside of any coach, who's the voice do you hear the most? Who's bringing the team together, offense, defense? What are some? What are the other questions I asked? Um, I asked you some other questions. I forget though, because you said talked about Sperry. What's the running back room outside of Chroma? I want to know is who's the starter. I don't think Chroma's going to be the starter. Is it Sawchuk? Is it Roydell? And then what other D lineman outside of D-Jack has taken a step? That's another question I asked. But you can DM me that if you want, or whatever the case. Man, 3 hours and almost 30 minutes. I can't even believe I was on here this long. Given that I did 3 hours the other night. So maybe that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Y'all can tell I don't have much going on. I just be back here in the backyard chilling. No life. What's your biggest game of the year outside of FSU football? I mean, Texas, Ohio State. Y'all know I'm going to be tuned into that one. A lot of those opening season games are going to be really interesting to watch. I'll be tuned into Miami, Florida. Who's Oregon play? Some of the schedules I'm not too familiar with, but as of right now, Roydell is technically a guy, but Sawchuk looks good. Could get into the starter role by the end of camp. Right now, sadly, Roydell is the technical guy, meaning, if I'm reading that correctly, Roydell is a starter right now off of seniority. Like I was saying, that Roydell is the guy just because Roydell's coming back. But I am hoping that Sawchuk gets that nod. The Desir twins look the part. They're young and sloppy. Okay. KJ. Good to hear that KJ looks stronger. Okay. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Texas, Georgia. I mean, a lot of those SEC games, man. Like I said, Texas, Ohio State to start the year, but you got Texas, Georgia. You got, you can pick any of those like midseason SEC games. Yeah. I'm really hoping Jenkins can, you talk about someone that takes someone that, if you're talking about someone for me that can make a difference that no one's expecting, yeah, man, if it can be Jenkins, then I'll go on a limb and say you might have a special type of defense. Because one thing I know about football, and I've been watching football for a long time, if your defensive line can wreak havoc, the rest of the defense flourishes. And if Tony White can get, if D-Jack is who everybody needs and wants him to be, if James Williams is everything that he's supposed to be, and you can get Jason Jenkins to live up to the potential, man. Now you're talking about you're legit. I think the defensively you could be legit. I really do. If you can't tell, I'm excited to have football back, man. I'm excited to have football back. That's why I'm out here at 11 o'clock at night talking football, because it's good. It's good to be back. And plus, this summer I've been in and out, so I haven't had a lot of content for y'all. Not a lot of streams. So me going these 3 and 4 hours, man, that don't mean nothing. If y'all don't recall, a couple years ago, I did like an 8-hour live stream to preview the FSU season. It was one of those things. So this isn't that different or new. I'm settled now in El Paso, so I'm trying to get back in the swing of the things. At the end of the day, I enjoy. This is a hobby for me, and I enjoy it. So I have fun doing this. It's no big deal for me. What James Williams said about Stephon was also true when he got him. I was like, he's a bum. But let me tell you, he flies around to the ball. Not our best linebacker, but he will be solid options that season. So who's the best linebacker? Just in practice so far, who's the best? Who, if it's not Stephon Williams, who's the best? Who's been the best backer? We be hurting without football. I hope Roydell is just that good. I hope this ain't Gus wanting to play it safe. That shit is for the birds. I don't know, man. I think we're gonna start. Like I said, I think we're gonna start the season off with a running back by committee. I don't think it ends that way though. I think guys will emerge. I'm not rooting against Roydell, but for me, when it comes to that running back room, we need explosiveness. We need the talent. And Gus has been known to. Gus does running back by committee, but Gus will also he will put the workload on a workhorse. And if that workhorse emerges, expect that person to be that guy. We'll see. I really like Juice. It is biased because he is my boy, but he's been looking a lot better. But as of now, I would say Omar. I heard that today. That Omar Graham has been the best, which is, oh man, that's intriguing. Omar Graham is your best backer. He started the season off last year terribly, but he did finish the season a lot better than he started. Okay, Omar Graham. What about Elijah Herring? How's he looking? Blake Nicholson. I would love to know how's Blake looking. Chroma's the only one I can see being a workhorse. I know I've said this. Maybe Saul Chuck. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Saul Chuck. Maybe Saul Chuck could be a workhorse. I know I said in the past that Cam Davis, not a guy that at least last year impressed me athletically. But if he can find his role and his niche as a downhill, maybe short yardage back, maybe Cam. I'm trying to be optimistic on that running back. I'm got a lot of bodies, so there should be an answer in that room, Antoine. You also who asks who's better, Boggs or McCoy? I have to say Boggs. He's natural, our best true freshman receiver in a minute. Clears Hakeem. Not surprising. All the hype he's been getting this offseason, that's not surprising to hear. Elijah is solid. Most likely start being rotated. Okay. Good to hear that about Elijah, though. So then I don't know if Anthony's still in the chat, but he mentioned Squirrel White playing the slot. If Elijah is good enough that he can start and be in the rotation a lot, then maybe you will see Squirrel White in the slot, which would limit the snaps of the freshman Boggs. Not because I don't think Boggs can play. Simply, you're a freshman. You don't want to put too much on their plate at once. So if you can mix Squirrel in the slot there, that's a good sign. I'm glad to hear that Elijah Moore is turning it up. I really am. Good insight from a user. And like I said, you can DM me. You got my social media handles at the bottom there. So please, I won't disclose your identity. You can count on that. Deuce, Squirrel, like I thought. Boggs, McCoy, yeah. So that's right in line with what's been reported. So nothing crazy being reported right there. Hearing Elijah Moore, though, is big. I expect McCoy and Boggs to split that time. And then again, if Elijah Moore if he's good enough that he can start opposite of Deuce or get significant snaps, then you definitely would move Squirrel in the slot. And yeah, so those are all good signs. Now it comes down to what? It comes down to quarterback. Can the quarterback get these guys the ball, be consistent, these things? But it's good to hear that the skill positions around him have taken a step. I haven't asked about the offensive line, which I will right now. User, who's standing out offensive line-wise? We got the transfers in. I expect all of those guys will start. Is there a sleeper there? Like, is Lucas Simmons coming along? Is he really looking good, or is he taking a step? Andre Otto, how's he looking? As far as that depth goes on that O-line, who are some names? And then as far as the starters go, who's really kind of separated themselves or at least shown that the hype is well-deserved along those transfer offensive linemen? Blackburn reminds me of another help. That being said, he better not get Well, that doesn't say a lot. Gavin Blackwell. Guys, remember what I said about Gavin Blackwell. So I don't know if user is watching me before he's putting all this out. I don't know. But what did I say about Gavin Blackwell? Not a guy that I would have high expectations for. And users just kind of confirming that. He's saying he reminds him a little of Ty Hilton. And Ty Hilton had his moments. But with that being said, he better not get too much burn. Again, not a guy that I have a lot of expectations for. Lucas Simmons, watch out. He could be a guy who gets in the rotation when he lines fully healthy. And that's the issue, man. Got to get these guys healthy. Because you need another legit tackle. So KCS, that goes off to what you just said. Like Lucas Simmons could be a guy, but he's got to get healthy. Norvell said they got some old linemen who are still limited. That's unfortunate, man. I hate to hear it, but that goes into that depth that I've been talking about on that offensive line. If a guy goes down, it gets spooky on that old line. And I hate to hear that, but it kind of just confirms my suspicions. Got to get guys healthy, and then if guys do go down, it could get nasty. I hope it doesn't. Again, knock that you keep these guys healthy or to the best of your ability, because injuries is not – a lot of people attribute injuries to strength and conditioning, and to a degree there is some of that. But some of these soft tissue injuries or things like that aren't things that strength and conditioning, I don't necessarily believe, can prevent. Some of them, sure. Some of them not. Usually says all the transfers, I guess, look pretty good, which is a positive. But we're going to need depth, man. We're going to need depth. Jonathan Daniels, whoever that is, man, we're going to need that depth. If the starters go down, though, we may have a similar issue with depth, as well as if the D-line goes down. That's unfortunate. I assumed we had better depth across the D-line than the O-line. But maybe Daniel Lyons and some of these guys on the defensive line aren't quite ready, which is unfortunate. KCS says that's what I was bitching about the field earlier this evening. These dudes don't need to be slipping around. Get the cleats figured out. I hear you, bro. No preseason injuries. Can't afford any of that. Can't afford bad hammies, bad tweaking ACLs or MCLs. Can't afford that for sure. Tweaking ankles. Estes, they moved him to tight end user from what I saw. So not a big deal. I didn't expect much from Estes this year as far as offensive lineman anyway. But if you're telling me that he's going to be like your primary blocking tight end, I think that works. Right? I do think that works. So, and yes, Estes, he was reported at being like 260 coming into fall camp. So, not a factor on the O-line. I don't expect Estes to be a factor. But as a blocking tight end, lead block tight end type of guy, I think Estes can make a mark there. We're hoping. Estes is going pro on something other than football. Good for him. If he blocks anyone this year, So Antoine doesn't even have much faith in Estes as a blocking tight end, which is fair. It's hard to have any expectations from a guy who's been on campus for 4 years and hasn't done a thing. So I can't knock that take at all. If he blocks anybody, that'd be a plus. Our best depth guys on the O line are Simmons and Otto. The rest could say they're trying. Well, at least they're trying. No, he wasn't going to play on the O line, Vontae. So at least they found something for him. And we'll just see how it ends up playing out. The O line, the concerns on the O line are being confirmed if we are taking what my man User is saying. That's not surprising. It's unfortunate, that these other guys like Manasseh and Jonathan Daniels and some of these other guys just aren't ready. Which, it's unfortunate, but not a lot of depth there. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Manasseh Daniels, hey, according they're trying, but if they're not ready to play, they're not ready to play. That's unfortunate. But those suspicions and those concerns are being verified here tonight. Believe it or not, 3 hours and 4 hours in, and we're getting some verification. Again, if you take what's being told, and this isn't me doubting you. This is just me being blunt and honest. I got to be blunt and honest with the fans. You take everything you're hearing here with a grain of salt, because I have no way of confirming any of this. But I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just saying anybody could come on here and say these things. But a lot of this stuff is kind of just confirming what we've been talking about. I would be more concerned with the D-line depth, that O-line. But it should hopefully, God willing, hold up. That's concerning too, because I thought we had better D-line depth than O-line depth. But you're more concerned with the D-line depth, which tells me that someone like McCray, maybe he's not looking up to par, or Diggs, or you said KJ Sampson looked it okay. Daniel Lyons, Jamari Flagg, Kevin Wynn. I know he's still young, so it's hard to put that. But I mentioned earlier, you're not hearing a lot of stuff out of Tylen Lee. So if the D-line depth is more concerning, that's very unfortunate. Because that all comes into play in that Bama game. And why I talked about that Bama game the way I talked about it. From the players, they're holding each other accountable. Just Terrell. He has the frame. Simmons has a frame that makes that you would go, okay, that's a NFL caliber frame. I'm not saying Simmons is an NFL caliber player, but you're talking about a 6'9", 300 long arms, 6'9", 300 plus. That's a guy that should be getting considered as an NFL caliber player. And user says Wynn is already better than Flagg. No, that's not a surprise. For me, that's not a surprise. I don't know. I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. I didn't have high expectations for Jamari Flagg. It would have been good to hear that he's making some moves, but saying that Kevin Wynn is better than Jamari Flagg doesn't surprise me in the least. Okay, McCray's playing too. Okay, inside and edge. Okay, so if he's fine, and Jason Jenkins and these guys. Okay, so we got a little bit of stuff going on there. One second. I've heard nothing about Thailand. Right, dude was a 5-star and on 3. We've heard more about the facts. We've heard more about the Twins than we've heard about Tylen Lee. That could be concerning. Again, freshmen, right? I don't want to get too far in the weeds on freshmen not standing out. But I'm with you, Antoine. Like I would like to hear something on Tylen Lee. That's good to hear about. When was a giant get? I agree. KCS. The fact that we were able to keep him committed was huge. Hold on. I'm going to highlight that one. When was a giant get except we shouldn't be already had? When was a giant get except we shouldn't already had 5 or 6 other wins? And I mean, hey, don't get me started on what you're alluding to. So, yeah. It's just a big issue if McCray or Williams goes down because on the edge, specifically, the depth is Diggs, Amari, who's practicing the offense right now, and Jaden Jones is nasty work. Jaden Jones. All right. How is TC throwing coverages? Meaning, is he missing the easy ones? That's a question from KCS user. If you would like to answer that one, asking how's Castellanos looking.
Get up.
How was Thomas Castellanos looking as far as throwing in coverage? I can't answer that, obviously. I'm not at practice. I would say, if I had to guess, there probably isn't a lot of that going on right now. And right now, you're kind of doing summer workouts. No game plan install. So everything's probably a little vanilla. A lot of 7-on-7 type-esque stuff is what I would have to guess. User can correct me if I'm wrong. They could be going full throttle. I don't think they are as of right now. As I try to elaborate, because he says TC hasn't been bad at all, which is good to hear. But I also don't think they're throwing anything crazy at TC right now. I think a lot of this is we're getting guys in shape. We're getting guys accustomed to just the basics. Team drills, nothing too crazy. And again, no game install, nothing. They haven't, I don't think TC's getting any exotic looks or anything crazy. So it's going to be hard to judge TC in this initial fall camp. We could probably come back to this when they start actually installing for Bama. Maybe you do some different things there. So it's, again, I know people think I'm a TC hater. This isn't hate necessarily, but what this is saying is that I don't think they're doing anything crazy right now with Thomas Castellanos. So saying he looks good is just, okay, he's hitting guys. He looks good in 7-on-7 type stuff. That's probably not he's probably not even getting a legit pass rush in practice right now. Again, I could be wrong about all of that, but that would be my assumption. What's up, Momo? You showed up late, but that's okay. What's good with you? Okay, yeah, you just doubling down on basically what I was just saying. Not too much team drills, very vanilla. A POLK is hitting the spot. Thank you. Which means essentially you can't. It's hard to say specifically with the quarterbacks. Now you might be getting better looks for receivers and DBs on like some one-on-one drills, but specifically for quarterbacks, you're not. It's going to be hard to really say what's going on right now. And again, that's not a knock on TC. It's just the facts. What about the younger DBs? Anyone standing out? There's another question for a user from Antoine. He wants to know about some of those blue chip DBs, man. What's Lester look like? How's Jamari Howard coming off the last year's injury? How's his rehab gone? How's he looking? Kai Bates. How's some of those younger DBs looking? If you can answer that one. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't missing the drill. These drill passes, quick out slants. Tony mentioned they're working on the passing game right now. I got to check out the new season. I'm definitely going to check out the new season of Twisted Metal. How was the? Did they release all the episodes at once, or is it just one episode? No. I'm definitely going to check out Twisted Metal. I liked the first season. It was better than I expected. So how's the first episode, or I don't know? Did they release all the episodes? Is it just one episode? How's that? KCS says Black Grease should throw it in the dirt. Oh, it was good? Okay, so I'm gonna definitely check it out. Might watch an episode tonight or wait till tomorrow, depending on how I feel when I get out of here. They released 3 episodes? All right, bet. I personally really like Zay. Bates is a guy who has taken a bigger step than other guys we got from that cycle. He could crack the 2 deep. Okay, shout out to Kai and shout out to Zay. Love to hear that. Fall camp just started, so I ain't not serious on TC. Like day 10 of the first practice, then I want to hear how TC is doing, and that's fair. That's a fair assessment, Terrell. Basically, what I was saying. There's not. I don't think there's much you're gonna take. Which is why I'm not as high on the Kevin Sperry. Like, again, when you watch a guy, you can tell if a guy's got it. So I'm not. People that have watched Sperry say he's got it, and to his credit. But at the same time, the same thing I can say about TC, the same thing I'll say about Sperry. When everything's very vanilla and it's easy to look good now, so I'm not getting too high on the Kevin Sperry talk. So I had that same energy. We just got into pads. We haven't done a whole lot of team drills. Just stuff has been mostly more position-based work. So there you go. And that's basically what they've been showing so far this offseason, just position-based work. I think they put on the shells either today or they will be putting them on. He said we just got into pads. So he just threw the shells on. Probably got some popping going on, but nothing too crazy. And the last thing you want to do is like injure guys in summer camp. But again, I expect when you start actually installing for Bama, then we'll have some more stuff to talk about. Everyone's saying when is flashing. So, Momo, I know you just tuned in, but we got User in here. And User is saying that he works for Florida State. Obviously, he hasn't given us a name, and that's fine. But he's been giving us a little bit of insight. So take everything you're hearing with a grain of salt, but he's given us some insight. And I think it's been pretty good stuff. Everything I'm hearing lines up with, and again, I'm not in practices, but everything I'm hearing so far sounds pretty accurate, I would argue. So, Momo, if you have a question for User, you'd say Kevin Wynn is flashing. User said Kevin Wynn is already better than Jamari Flagg, which, again, shouldn't be a shock. But if you got any questions, Momo, go ahead and drop them. User seems to be answering questions, which I appreciate. I honestly really do appreciate you coming in here and attributing to our conversation tonight. It's good stuff, man. And don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger, my man. Come in here and talk to us. Talk to the 863 tribe. Talk to the fans. Yeah, Antoine, we got an insider in. We got a legit insider in here. So let's go. Let's go. User says Polk is cooking. Because let me tell you, Darian Williamson was our best receiver in practice last year. Like, he was cooking mofos. It's easy to look good in vanilla. There you go. The man brought up Darian Williamson. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, man. The man brought up Darian Williamson. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Share the wealth. Share the wealth. This is good stuff tonight. Wasn't expecting this. We went 4 hours, but man, we got some good. I think we got some good stuff off here tonight. It's midnight. 3 o'clock on East. Again, 3 o'clock on the East, and y'all are kicking it. That's crazy. Right? I think, yeah. Or 2 o'clock on the East Coast. 2 o'clock on the East Coast. 12 o'clock on the Mountain Time where I'm at. Oops, sorry. Being nosy. See what's going on behind me. This is good stuff. This is awesome though. This is fun. I'm having fun. Can't speak for anybody else. So is when way too early to say Momo. Let's not do that. We gotta wait. I'm not saying he can't be great, but come on, Timmy Jernigan. Let's wait. Let's not do that. User says a lot more accountability and vet leadership. I mean that should be the case, man. You're coming off of 2-10. Nobody should someone has to step up and say, hey, this ain't acceptable, or do that rep again, or whatever the case may be. So 100% should be the game. You know I got to stir the pot. I hear you. Let's just not do that one. But I'm glad to hear that Kevin Wynn, he was I forget who said it. I think, was it Vontae who said it? Somebody said it, but it might have been KCS. KCS might have been the one who said it. That was a huge get, man. The fact that you were able to keep Kevin Wynn in the class was big time. 2 a.m. on the East while the allergies are on the 100. Sorry to hear that. I haven't watched a POLK video since 2022. Yes, I've been subscribed. I've just been extremely busy with school. Hey, I thank you, bro. At least you've been around 2022, 2023. I'm surprised you couldn't tune in 2023. That was the year. And then last year, I don't blame you for not watching 2020 last year, because I had nothing positive to say about last year. But I thank you for coming in here, man. But keep up that school. Off work in 20. That's what's up. Apparently, yeah, Chroma's looking pretty good from what I hear too, Mom. He looks like you got you one in Chroma, which was all the expectation. I tell you what, Vontae. Let me know when you clock out. And just for Vontae's sake, we'll end the stream when he clocks out of work. Because 4 hours is a long time. I've been on here for 4 hours. So even though I'm having fun, we got to tune it down eventually. Got to eventually get off. Okay. I got your DMs, by the way. I won't throw your name out there, but I got your DMs. Show me some pictures of the stadium. Okay. Okay, that's what's up. Appreciate that, user. User, thank you for not spoiling 24 for us. We had to see it. No, you should have came in here. You should have spoiled that. You should have came in here first game and spoiled all of 24. You should have let us know from the jump so we didn't have to waste our Saturdays on that trash. That was crazy. keeping Win in the class was huge. If we didn't snag him, we'd be running flag out there. Yikes. Hey, thank you, Terrell. Even when we pulled, yeah, I get it. I was one of those people that wanted to pull DJU. Don't get me wrong. But that was more so the fact that, I mean, the team wasn't going anywhere with DJ, so you might as well have played the young guys. But you're right, it didn't get any better. Usually says it felt so good to be right about that dumpster fire of our QB. See, that's what I'm saying. You should have came in here and spoiled all of that. Would have did us all a favor. Because there were some big time lies last year about DJU. Not from me. I told y'all how I felt about DJU from the jump. I was hopeful. I was trying to talk it into existence that maybe if everything went right, you could get something. But y'all know where I was at. I was not high on the DJU take. There's that. He probably wasn't lying, to be frank. It's unfortunate, too, because that – Momo asks, who's the other edge? And user says McCray. And McCray spitting time between inside and out. So my guess is your D-line looks like D-Jack, McCray, and Williams going in. Which again, that's not a surprise. Having Jenkins as a backup, I guess Wynn and KJ to some degree. I haven't heard much about Diggs, and my guess is Diggs is just a body like I kind of thought he was when you took him. Yeah, we need to know these things. We need to know these things before we invest all our time and effort. And they shouldn't be allowed. I've been supportive of not having, because just to be honest with you, our media does a decent job at information. Meaning something's going on in the program. I think our media does a decent job of saying, hey, this is what's going on in the program. But when it comes to our media talking about football analysis, I don't trust anything they say. And I haven't for a long time. So when our media comes out and says, oh, we like X player looks real good, I'm like, okay, whatever. Diggs will be a body, kind of like McClendon. Again, not surprising. It's kind of unfortunate to hear because, like I've been saying, if you want to beat Bama, you're going to need some of these guys to exceed expectations. You're going to need some of these guys to be better than anticipated. Diggs might have been one of those guys that you're hoping, is he just better than we assumed? But knowing that he's just another body is what I said when we got him. You got a body. So again, unfortunate, but not not something that shocks me or surprises me. We're just waiting for Vontae to clock out. Vontae clocks out, we're going to clock out. I'm doing this for Vontae. Vontae said he got 20 minutes left on the clock. We're going to wait for Vontae to clock out. Then we're going to go and get up out of here. And I'll see y'all again next week. But again, good insight here, I think, tonight. We had some good combo. However, I'm sure the 24 offense was shining at 24 defense. That's what was being reported. That's what was being reported. I say drink while watching FSU football. It takes the pain away. Yeah, I did that last year. It just made me more angry. And I'm not even an angry drinker. Who's the third wide receiver? He answered that question. It's Boggs and McCoy are competing for the third wide receiver spot, which is, again, on par with what's being reported so far. So take that for what it's worth. I'm okay with whoever wins, personally. I'm not against Boggs. Also, if McCoy, who's more of a senior, I know he's a sophomore, but he's more senior than Boggs. I'm not against saying McCoy gets the nod, and then let Boggs work his way. Continue to you still have to give those freshmen goals to achieve. I'm not saying Boggs doesn't deserve it. If he 100% deserves it, then you throw him out there. But I'm not hearing that McCoy is taking a step is a great sign, because that says that McCoy is or Boggs has something to work towards, right? So that's a big deal. Danzy is special. Mike needs to use him, and Lucas more. So I saw a recent clip of Danzy. I'm interested to see. So my question on Danzy would be, because when I looked at him, he looks like a track star, which is what he is. He's a track guy. Not necessarily, I don't know how much of a football player he is. That would be my concern with Danzy. Yes, I know he's got speed, but he's built not like a football player, like a track player. It doesn't mean he can't play football. I'm interested to see how that translates. We know he has speed. We know he can take off. How's all that other parts of his game coming along would be the question I would have for Danzy. And then Lucas, again, I called him a gadget player. He said Mike needs to use him more. Again, how much of that is just practice in the fall? And I got to believe come install time that we're actually using Lucas more. BJ Gibson, Momo, that's who you're talking about. I moved McCoy to running back. Only in college football 26 could you do that. If we weren't so stacked at DB, McCoy would be good there. I always thought his high school film was elite at DB. Not the prettiest route running, but he's so fast. Yeah. Will Danzy beat out Camden Fryer is a great question. Well, where the question would be more so, where is Camden Fryer even at to say, will he beat him out? But you're talking about that second tier or third tier of receivers right now. technically on the depth chart, yes, Danzig is beating out Fryer. So Fryer is just a name. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Camden Fryer. Um, some of those guys, I don't think you should have a bunch of expectations for. You will see Danzig 100 times before you see Fryer, at least as of now. So there's that. So I don't know what that means for Camden Fryer. Still young in his career. That doesn't mean he can't be something. Just right now, it's as young in his career. But like I be saying, take all of that stuff with a grain of salt. How's Crow Jr. looking? I saw a clip of him guarding Mark. Why he would be guarding Marcus and Douglas when the weight dip. Marcus and Douglas runs in the clip. It looked like he ran an out route. Marcus and Douglas uses his body to get separations. Which I mean, what is Marcus and Douglas? 270 pounds. Antonio Cromartie Jr. shouldn't be able to cover Marcus and Douglas. I don't know what Lil Crow weighs, probably 160. But again, that's another guy I know, and I talked about it when they got him. Is that a guy you just got because he's Crow's son? Like, it's not a guy that I, again, had high expectations for. You're hoping that the lineage and all of that maybe translates, but as of right now, as a true freshman, yeah, that user says garbage if he's putting it bluntly, which I won't even say unfortunate to hear because there's not a guy that I didn't have any expectations of Antonio Cromartie Jr. Like, okay, I know what his name says, but there's a reason why he was who he was, rated where he was rated. That doesn't mean he can't develop into a good player, but as of right now, as a freshman, yeah, I wouldn't put any stock in the Antonio Cromartie Jr., especially year one true freshman. Matter of fact, he should redshirt. He should 100% be a redshirt. He's got room to grow. Let's put it like that. But I did see a clip that was posted, I think today, where he's covering Biscuit. I think Biscuit's running an out route. Looked like a decent pass. The pass was put low into the outside where only the receiver could get it. But he basically chest bumps Crow Jr. Of course, Crow's too little to really do anything with him. Runs the out route, gets the ball. Solid catch, solid placement on the football. If you want to take positives from that clip. Again, I don't even know why you'd have him guarding Crow. Why would Crow even be in that position? But just running drills is my guess. Nothing really to base that off of. Crow Jr. is the guy you might see get in the last drive of garbage time once or twice in the 4. Wow, he's that bad? That's unfortunate to hear. I got the stupid dogs behind me. They have no control over those dogs. But Crow Jr. is a guy you might see get in the last drive of garbage time. That's in 4 years. Hopefully not. Hopefully he is better than that. But again, early assessments. Jaden Floyd mentioned is crazy. Jaden's boy, Judge Jaden, the boy, literally the nicest guy. I never straight up. So Crow or Corey Magnum. Come on, that's unfair to Cromartie Jr. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's unfair. I push back. I push back on that one. And Terrell says, leave my boy Jaden out of it. Yeah, and I push back on that comparison to Corey Magnum. I don't even, I don't think. Look, man, that's unfair, man. There go Momo stirring that pot, like he say. Hey, I'm not talking bad of Jaden Floyd. That was somebody else. Jaden Floyd, who he was. They too young for Corey. I don't know if they too. Some of them might be too young for Magnum for sure. But even so, that's a very premature assessment. Give Cromartie Jr. some leeway, man. Give him time. Now he might not turn into anything, and that's all fair. That's is what it is. Cromartie has what? What does Antonio Cromartie have? Like 12 kids? One of them a hit. Maybe not his namesake, but maybe one of them hit. Fan talk. Who was the bigger bust, Damori Tate or Steven Dix? I would say Damori Tate. Tate was a borderline 5-star. Dix was a 4-star backer, but he wasn't considered the prospect that Damori Tate was. I would say Tate. I would say Tate, and it's not even close. Yeah, Antoine says Tate by far. Momo thinks Dix, but I would go with Damori Tate. I would say Damori Tate was the bigger bust. I think Damori Tate was like a top 30 player in the country. If we, matter of fact, I'll even go. Let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. Damori Tate was a very high-rated DB, though. Who ended his career at Florida A&M. Actually, I think he's still there. Damori Tate, this is according to 247, was the number 22 player nationally, the third quarterback in the country. Cornerback, the number 22 player overall in the country. He was a top 20 player. His composite ranking he was a 4-star in the composite, but he was still a top 35 player nationally in the composite ranking, in the 5th corner in the country. So Damori Tate, easily the bigger bust. If we look at now, let's just look at Steven Dix. Again, good player coming out of high school, but he wasn't rated like Damori Tate was. Damori Tate, was supposed to be the next in the line of DBU. Steven Dix, 247. And we're just comparing what they came out as high school players. Steven Dix is at Arkansas, by the way. So he was, Steven Dix was actually a 3-star according to 247, but his composite ranking was a 4-star, but he was the 244th player in the country. So comparing those two, not even close. Damori Tate by far. I think everybody wanted Chubba Purdy to be the guy. We needed Chubba Purdy to be the guy. Everybody wanted that to happen. Auden Tate. I don't remember what Auden Tate was coming out. Bet. Vontae's off. We can do the Auden Tate conversation another time because I am getting up out of here. Shout out to everybody, man, who kicked it with me for 4 hours. Good stuff here tonight. This is Noles After Dark. As always, man, it's your boy POLK over here on 863 Seminole TV. Stay classy. We are out here. Go Noles. Season is coming upon us. A lot of things to be excited about. A lot of things to be worried about. So only you know how you deal with that. I can't tell you how to deal with it. Only you know how to deal with it. Just keep an open mind when it comes to this season. I haven't given my season prediction just yet. It will be coming. But man, we'll see. We'll see how these practices and all this stuff continues to play out. Hopefully some guys can step up and we can get some better depth. Because depth seems to be the concern. Depth seems to be the concern at some key positions. But as always, man, like I said, I'm out here. Go Noles, and I'll catch y'all again. Y'all have a good rest of y'all night or good morning to some of y'all. Some of y'all try to get some sleep before that sun comes up. I'm out here, man.